Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is an advisory board to the Board of Commissioners. We review all zoning and land use related matters and make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners makes the final decision on all cases. With that, one thing I want to do is thank the staff for all the hard work of getting us back in this room. Anybody who's watched these for the last few months where we've all been virtual, it's been a bit of a struggle and that, and I appreciate everything everybody did to make those work what we could, but now we have the system in place where we can do virtual in this room, which is going to be a lot easier on everybody and a much better broadcast. So I want to thank you for that. With that, did we have invocation? Okay. Okay.
Police officer in the back.
Okay. And we're going to ask our officer from Cobb County, which I didn't tell him, to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if that's okay. Forgot to go talk to him about that in advance. And you just turned on your flashlight.
I just think it's a light following you. You have a halo.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thanks for doing that without being warned.
It was like having a spiritual moment there for a moment with that light from us.
Yes. Yes. Okay. With that, we'll get into our agenda. Let me turn it over to John Peterson, our zoning division manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. Before we start the agenda, I do have a few announcements to make concerning today's hearing and some cases on the hearing. Today's hearing will allow for on-site, in-person, and virtual participation. I'd like to take a moment to explain the format for today's hearing. As each case is presented, we will recognize those on-site and virtual in support or opposed to a specific case. For virtual attendees to support or oppose a case, please indicate if you wish to speak concerning a case in your Q&A box on your computer if you've logged in. To support a case, you would want to type in the following example case. So say you're here for rezoning case Z58. If you're here to support it, you want to punch in SUP Z58 in your Q&A box. Additionally, if you would like to speak in support of a case, you would want to type in the case number, Z58, SUP, and then speak. Additionally, in order to oppose a case, you would do something very similar. To oppose a case, you would type in OPP and then the case number, Z58, as an example. If you would like to oppose a case and also speak, you would want to type into your Q&A box, OPP, Z58, speak. Speakers will be called by name when the case is being heard. Your line will be unmuted. You will say your name, where you live, and you will affirm that you've been sworn in to present testimony to the board virtually. For today's hearing, each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, would the applicant please stand and signify that they are here so they can be counted for the record. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to a case in person. We would ask that anyone here in person please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, the applicant and the opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board at the front of the room. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case of concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time, and there's not a rebuttal process, so please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time frame. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after the presentation periods have ended, the board will start to discuss the case at hand, and from the discussion, they may ask one more speaker to come back for additional comments or questions. And after that point, the board will make a decision to either approve or deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. Let's see. Mr. Chairman of the Board, there is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. That's SLUP 4 of 2020, White Oak Longline Holdings LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman of the Board, there are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued or held and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z13 of 2020, Arturo Martinez. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z13 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z39 of 2020, KO Management Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z39 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z44 of 2020, Peach State Salvage Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z45 of 2020, Springhouse Kennesaw. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z45 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z49 of 2020, Sutter Hill Vinings LP. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z49 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z52 of 2020, Carl Edward Dills. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z52 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z59 of 2020, Tamia A. Patwary. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z59 of 2020 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z61 of 2020, Greenline Partners LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z61 of 2020 will not be heard today. SLEP 8 of 2020, 1420 Lockhart Holdings LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLUP 8 of 2020 will not be heard today. And lastly, on the printed agenda, ROD 1 of 2020, Atlantic Realty Acquisitions LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So ROD 1 of 2020 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, additionally, there are two other cases that need to be continued that were not on the printed agenda as continued. First case is rezoning case Z53, the Revived Land Group LLC. The applicant is revising the plan. Mr. Chairman and Board would like to continue this case to your November 3rd hearing.
Okay, and that's a case that I'm handling, so I'll make a motion that we continue this till our November hearing, Z53. Second from Judy. All those in favor? I guess we have to get Alice to vote.
Yes.
Okay, yes, and I guess are we raising our hands? Okay, because that's not working today, so it's a yes for everybody. Okay.
Second
go
case, Mr. Chairman Board, is rezoning case Z54 of 2020, Galaxy Childers Land LLC. The applicant does want to continue this case to continue working on it, Mr. Chairman Board, so the staff would ask you to continue rezoning case Z54 until your November 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission zoning hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the applicant's request and continue until the November hearing.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. And we can't see Alice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alice.
Okay,
So that carries 5-0 for continuance.
all right. I would like to ask the people in today's audience that are here in person that if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phones as the ringing does interfere to broadcast and presentations. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 more was made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the hearing room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. At this point, Mr. Chairman of the Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Thank you. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for October 6, 2020. First case on consent is rezoning case Z57, 2165 Canton Road LLC. Request a rezoning from GC and R20 to NRC for a specialized contractor, which is a cleaning business, in land lots 708 and 709 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road and on the north side of Kurtz Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on August 12, 2020, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number three, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number four, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number five, variances as described in the zoning comments. Number six, adhere to the Canton Road design guidelines. Number seven, 20-foot landscape buffer or undisturbed buffer if not developed adjacent to any residentially zoned property. Number eight, no outdoor storage or display of merchandise. Number nine, no automotive-related uses. Number 10, letter from Mr. Doug Cunningham dated September 25th, 2020. And number 11, letter from Ms. Carol Brown dated September 24th, 2020. There was no one here opposed, Mr. Chairman, board, when we took the virtual roll here at 8:45. Is there anyone here in person opposed in rezoning case Z57? Let the record show there's no one here. Rezoning case Z58 of 2020, Battle Ridge Pavilion LLC and Tiffany and Tomato Incorporated. Request a rezoning from LRO to NRC for retail in land lots 330, 339, 402, and 403 of the 19th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Powder Springs Road, northeast of Macklin Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on August 6, 2020, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number three, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number four, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number five, adhere to Macklin Road design guidelines. Number six, variance as detailed in the zoning comments. Number seven, prohibited uses as stated in the summary of applicants. Let me get this one. Okay, number seven, prohibited uses as stated in the summary of applicant's proposal, section of this report, which is on page 385, the zoning analysis under proposed use. And number eight, district commissioner approve any changes to the building architecture. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z58? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z62, Ravella Conrad requests a rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of a catering kitchen and restaurant in land lot 46 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Veterans Memorial Highway, east of Allen Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on August 7, 2020, with the district commissioner for minor modifications. Number two, site plan review comments and recommendations. Number three, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number four, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number six, variances as detailed in the zoning comments. Number seven, adhere to the Mapleton Parkway and Veterans Memorial Design Guidelines. Number eight, for this use only. Number nine, no outdoor storage or outdoor display of merchandise. And number 10, no restaurant use. There is no one here virtually opposed to this rezoning case. Is there anyone here in person that's opposed to rezoning case Z62? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Do we know who's virtually opposed?
No. There's no one here virtually opposed.
Oh, I thought you said there was. I'm sorry.
Okay, moving on to special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLUP 9, Christian Crawford requests a special land use permit for the purpose of chipping, grinding, or reduction of tree debris and vegetative waste transfer in land lots 131 and 132 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Fowler Circle, north of Winford Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on June 25th, 2020. Number two, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number three, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number four, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number five, limit hours of operations from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Number 6, no operations on weekends or holidays. Number 7, no chipping, grinding, or reduction of tree or vegetative waste. And number 8, letter from Kenton Road neighbors dated August 22nd, 2020. There is no one here opposed virtually. Is there anyone here opposed in person to SLUP 9? Let the record show there's no one here opposed to SLUP 9. And SLEP 10 of 2020, A1 Auto Cores LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of auto salvage in land lot 292 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of West Atlanta Street and on the north side of Pearl Street. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on August 6, 2020. Number 2, site plan review comments and recommendations. Number 3, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 4, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here in person opposed to SLEP 10? Mr. Chairman, Board, there is no one here opposed in person to SLEP 10. However, there is one person who is opposed via a virtual opposition, and they would like to speak on this. So we probably should pull that one off consent and hear SLUP 10 in its regular order.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman of the Board.
Okay. With that, do we have any modifications to the consent agenda before we have a motion?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Fred.
I'm going to take this off to get it out so it can be heard maybe, but on Z58, even though the applicant did a good job of putting together a reasonably comprehensive list of prohibited uses, I'm going to go ahead and do my own list, and that is no billiard or pool halls, no community fairs, no recycling collection, no group home, no light automotive repair or auto repair of any kind, no convenience store with self-service fuel sales, no emissions or testing or inspections of cars, no freestanding climate-controlled facility, no full-service gas station, no funeral home, no group home, no convalescent home, no personal care homes, no light automotive repair, no non-automotive repair service, no parking for vehicles, in the sense of overnight parking or purely being a parking facility, no pawn shops, no radio, television, or other communication towers or antennas to the full extent we continue to have authority to regulate such due to changes in federal law. No vape shops, no video stores, not that anybody has those anymore, no laundry mats, no tire stores, no oil change and or lube shops, and no self-service fuel stations. Some of the uses that the applicant was willing to self-prohibit we'll go ahead and allow, including daycare facilities, car wash, auto parts stores that do not include outside storage, and dry cleaners are also okay. And with that change to the list of prohibited and the mention of some of the uses that will be allowed, I make a motion that we revise the conditions accordingly.
Okay, we'll just put it when we get to the consent agenda. Okay, Tony has a revision to one of his. Oh, you're, okay. We're good. We haven't made a motion for the consent agenda yet. I do have revisions to Z62. And I'll just note that Z62 is an older property, which doesn't have, adequate parking for the building, and also it's on Veterans Memorial and doesn't have a decel lane that you normally require in that. So there's some special conditions because of the kind of property. So in addition to the staff stipulations, we're going to add for applicant only, for catering kitchen use only, no customer pickup, all catering to be delivered to customers. Existing pole sign to be removed within 30 days of BOC zoning decision. All dumpsters and masonry dumpster enclosures with steel gates to county standards, all dumpsters to have rubber lids, parking to be striped to county standards, parking plan to be approved by zoning division manager, a minimum of 7 spaces to be provided, all debris and construction material located outside to be removed, the canopy to the rear of the building to be repaired or removed. If repaired, the bent support pole to be replaced. Proper drainage to be added to the roof runoff to avoid further erosion around the foundation. All graffiti to be painted over to match the rest of the building such that the graffiti is no longer visible. Building to be painted. The colors to be existing exterior colors of white building and brown facade or other colors approved by the district commissioner. No certificate of occupancy or business license until stipulations related to the canopy, pole sign, debris, dumpster enclosure, parking, drainage, and paint are complete. And I'm going to have the applicant come forward just for a second. Okay, and you just heard all the stipulations that were read in, and you're agreeable to all these?
I agree.
Okay, and could you give us your name for the record, just so?
Rayvella Conrad.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all we need. With that, I think we're ready for a motion for the consent agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay, second from Alice. All those in favor, raise your hand. And Alice, tell us your vote.
Approve.
Okay, and that carries 5-0. With that, we're ready to start our continued and held agenda.
Okay, and all those folks that were on consent agenda, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Okay, moving into the continued case agenda. First case is rezoning case Z46 of 2020. Vladimir Popov requests a rezoning from R20 to HI for open storage and parking in land lot 22 of the 18th District. The property is located on the west side of Joe Jerkins Boulevard, north of Humphreys Hill Road. The applicant is present. There are 2 people here in person opposed, and there is no one virtually opposed to this case. So would the applicant and opposition please come forward to be sworn in? Okay. Let me correct that. There's now 4 people here opposed in person. They all been sworn in already? Okay. And everyone's been sworn in already, so would the applicant please come forward and make his presentation?
I thought you said he was going
He was going to, he changed his mind.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and
good
give us your
morning.
name for the record.
My name is Vladimir Popov, and I'm the applicant for application Z46, parcel number 18002200100, located on Joe Jerkins Boulevard. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the opposing residents and to the city as well. Unfortunately, they did not prove to be as fruitful as I hoped. After speaking with the residents after the last planning meeting, I propose that we extend the buffer zones additionally on the east side of the property, another up to 30 feet, given that there is a road between that property and the residential property on the other side where the residents opposing the projects are. That would give a total of approximately 80 to 90 feet between the property that we're proposing to rezone and their property as being residential. Furthermore, on the southwest corner of the property, where it's touching the residential complex, we have proposed another 15 feet with a landscape buffer, and we have proposed also taller trees as part of the landscape buffer to reduce some of the noise and the pollution. And given that through the property already runs a power line corridor from the city itself, which cuts about 20,000 square feet from the property, rendering it unusable. That adds additionally to the buffer adjoining that residential complex. Speaking to the city and the residents also, we had a conference call with Mayor Pro Tem and opposing residents, and I did express again our willingness to accommodate any of their requests for buffers and land and tree plantings to reduce the pollution and noise from the property, and also ask the city if they would agree to a light industrial deletion with a variance of gravel surface, and basically they said they wouldn't. So at this point, we are pursuing a deletion to light industrial without the variance for gravel surface, and we're looking to change that to hard top paving.
Okay.
Given that the Cobb County future land use planning has marked that property as IC or industrial compatible, and the mixed zone, the mixed use of the surrounding properties being industrial and residential, I would respectfully ask you for the approval of the application. And furthermore, we will provide an updated site plan with reflecting the surface being changed to hardtop surface and paving. And also the water management system for stormwater and drainage.
Okay, anything else?
With this, I'll rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, good enough. We'll hear from the opposition now. There was nobody else in support, correct?
No.
Okay, don't see any, so we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. Name is Catherine Fincher McConnelly, and I live at 5839 Joe Jerkins Boulevard, Austria.
Are you the house right across the street?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my concern is where it is supposed to be. I mean, the entrance is right across the street from me. And with all the noise and the dust and it just, I don't see how I can tolerate it unless, you know, I'm asking you if you could put it somewhere else other than there. I've been there for almost 40 years. And this is like just, and I'm 85 years old. And this is like uprooting me where I live. So
Okay.
if you could just put it somewhere else other than there.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add to that, or would the gentleman next to you like to add something?
Because it's already, the noise is already up and down that street. You got a speed zone there, but that doesn't work. But it just, to me, it's just more on me, and gravels, it's gonna make it worse with all
Okay.
the dust.
Now, he has just revised during this that he will pave everything and not use gravel. Does that make a difference to you?
Well, my thing is if you could just put it somewhere else other than there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm her grandson, and we definitely do not want this here. What I heard from him was they're looking to make it a hard surface. I would say when that is in effect and it's written, then we make them move forward with that. or discuss it at that time. But just saying we're looking forward to making a hard surface is implying to me that he'll get the zoning change, have the gravel, we'll have to put up with it until that happens. So if we could just not let this move forward, and forgive me for saying, not saying, thank you for the opportunity to be able to have a voice in this. And we're relying on you leaders to make the right decision for Cobb County, for the residents, and I believe I know what the right decision is. And with that right decision, we all can go back and tell our friends, our circle, the citizens there about the Board of Commissioners making the right decisions. Again, this is directly across the street. We could look at it. He mentioned 90, and he's a good person. We did, we contacted City Hall, talked to the mayor's office. We had a conference. She opposed of it. She definitely doesn't want it. But it has nothing to do with him. He's a good person, as far as I know. But this is a decision where it's affecting a community to put this where it is. Residents on one side, residents on the other side. We could look directly at it. My uncle down the street it's affecting him. So we just relying on you to make the right decision, and this can be done somewhere else. We do not want the zone change. Let it stay residential.
Okay.
Once it changes, it's probably going to go up. I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. The next speaker.
Good morning. My name's Randy Willis. I live at 5931 Charles Lane. That's in the subdivision adjoining it right through there. I've been there about 26 years. I received a letter of notification that they were wanting to change the zoning in that area a month or so ago. And in doing so, I contacted my council lady, Miss Sandra Levery, expressed to her our concern. At that point, she advised me that that was Cobb County. We live in the city of Austell adjoining it. She said it's one of those little outlying pockets that adjoins it. Well, the whole area through there is residential, which gives us kind of a perimeter or buffer from all the industrial that they've allowed in that area. She expressed to me that she had spoke to the mayor, the mayor, and all the council people, as I understand, gave y'all a letter stating their opposition to the matter.
They did.
They then expressed to me, being how I was one that was concerned about the change in it, that I might walk the neighborhood and get a petition, which I did. So I'm speaking on behalf of roughly 80 people in that general area. I've got those signatures. They all are opposed to it as well. It has nothing to do with what he's wanting to put in or what he's willing to put a buffer around that area. You've got a power line that runs right around that area. Anything that he does, we still have that power line. So if he takes that down, any of the trees in that area, it just opens us up to the surrounding industrial. It adds noise, dust pollution, and more traffic in that area. And it's not designed very well for the kind of traffic that comes in there, industrial traffic. So that's our opposition to the matter.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing portion of it and public comment. And it's back to this board in this case that I'm handling. Yeah, and this is a difficult case. As you can see, if you look at the map, you see just a little bit of colored area, several parcels there, and surrounded by a grayed out area. The grayed out area is all the city of Austell. So this is essentially an island of unincorporated Cobb County surrounded by the city. And some of what you look at, like where the R20 is, I believe that's Austell Gas, owned by the city. And several of these other parcels that are in unincorporated Cobb are owned either by the city or the county. So there's only a handful of parcels that are not, that are not government-owned out of that. And I think we heard from kind of a couple of them, one directly and one speaking for his uncle as well, who lives down the street. And then we heard, from the neighboring subdivision as well. And it makes it a difficult case, as the applicant said, our land use plan from Cobb County is industrial compatible. And I'm sure that was put on there quite some time ago. And during that time, I'm willing to bet the city of Austell's annexed some properties in that area. And what they've done with their land use plan is residential related. So they really envision the area all around it as being residential. So anything we do with this can impact, their future growth in the direction they see that area going. And I know the city's indicated, they'd like to annex and get rid of these islands within the city, but that's a lot easier said than done because you need the property owners on board with that, or at least some amount of the property owners on board. So that hasn't happened, but you see there's other islands that you can see kind of off the screen as well. Under state law now, they wouldn't be allowed to annex all around and leave an island, but at the time, I guess that was legal. So it gets us to a struggle of, do we rely heavily on our land use plan for this area that the county has for this little island, or do we rely more on the land use plan that the city has for the surrounding area? And, and the land use plans are just a guide. They aren't an absolute. And I have to believe we need a little bit better coordination with the city on some of these islands, just in general, that they're sitting there. But from my perspective, I think I'm more likely to rely on the city, given the small number of parcels right here being surrounded by the city. I'd like to get some comments from the rest of the board as to your thoughts. So do you want to make some, we'll start with Judy, I guess.
I think we discussed this at work session. It is a challenging piece of property because of what our future land use permit, land use shows. On the other hand, if you actually go out there and look at it, there's a good bit of residential out there too. So, and since it's really just a heavy use, I didn't realize until he spoke, the applicant, that he was willing to pave it. At the time we talked about it, it was just going to be a dirt, so,
right.
And would be a problem, we all agreed. I don't think the paving really makes any difference to me. I still think it's heavy, and I think that the residential portion in the city, and I think the people who spoke here are entitled to some protections. So that would be my thoughts on it.
Okay, you have some comments, Tony?
In District 2, we look at the same issues with the city of Smyrna, and a little bit with Marietta as we join with them. And just, I guess, as we work with the city when they do want to annex, and we express where it falls outside of our normal guidelines, I can see that working within your district, you need to manage that, but if I can respect what you feel you need to do with the city of Austell on this one.
Okay. Have any comments, Fred?
I want to thank everybody that spoke here this morning. I thought everybody did a good job of presenting their points well, and I'm always very impressed when I hear an opponent come speak about the applicant being a good person. That's a nice thing to hear. I'm very impressed with this applicant and the fact that he's come forward and offered to do just about everything we requested. If I were going to support this, I would want more of a landscape buffer to the southwest corner for the benefit of those homeowners down there. But it creates a very difficult and very close case, and in very close cases, I'm inclined to support the decision of the planning commissioner for that district, whatever it is, and I think it could go either way.
Okay, and are you on the line there, Alice?
Yes, and I just wanted to add that I appreciate the applicant agreeing to pave the lot and think that helps his case a good deal. I was thinking of maybe delaying the case another month to hear more from Austell on their plans and just wait on this decision.
Okay. Okay, how's everybody else feel about that? Do you think there's?
Does Austell have a plan to annex? Do we know?
Well, I do know that the mayor has asked his staff to go about trying to eliminate these islands and get them annexed, but under state law, that's fairly tough to do unless the property owner wants it to be done.
Exactly.
So, they can approach property owners, ask them to annex, but they really don't have any mechanism to force them to annex. So, we could be there, more than likely, I would guess this would come at some point, somebody's going to do a development or something. They may look at going into the city, or they may.
Yeah, I don't think my position would change any, even, we don't know that we could get an answer 60 days or 90 days. We don't know
Right.
when we could get an answer from the
Yeah,
city.
and we
of
do have a
Austell.
letter from the city of Austell stating their opposition and stating that
Yeah.
their plans are residential for this.
So I think that gives us a guideline as to what, that and the voices of the residents speaking that it would be a nuisance. And I could see how just vehicles coming in and out would be. So, I don't think holding would be the right answer.
Okay. Okay, any other comments on Alice's thought? Not seeing any. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, because I think we know where the city stands on it. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend denial of Z46. I have a second?
Second.
Second from Judy. All those in favor of the denial? And Alice, your vote?
Approve.
Okay, so that carries 5-0 for denial.
Okay.
Well, she approved the motion.
Sorry, Alice.
Okay.
Okay, and I do want to say, I think the applicant did a good job of trying to work with people. So it's not about the applicant at all, it's about the use of the property relative to the city and that, so, thank you. Okay, what's next on the agenda, John?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z51 of 2020, Garner Group, request a rezoning from GC, NRC, CRC, PSC, and R20 to PVC for a mixed-use development in land lots 854, 855, 922, and 923 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of the east-west connector, west side of Floyd Road, and the east side of Brookwood Drive. The applicant is present. There was no one here virtually opposed, and there was no one here in person opposing. So at this time, I'll hand it over to Mr. Sams.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute.
Yeah, take a second. Whenever you're ready, Jarvis.
Come on. Don't put anything. But then the first thing I'll put is this. And then I may go to the chair. This one, I'll change the Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams, and I represent the Garner Group and Greystar Residential concerning this application for rezoning. It's like being in a grocery store, paper or plastic, virtual or in person. I'll have to say this is much more familiar. I have to give kudos to you guys for running the meetings, though, in a virtual state. You did a good job, although this is much preferable, I think, to most folks. I have with me today probably half the audience. I've got Brad Garner from the Garner Group, as well as Robert Drake. And then from Greystar, I have Mr. Rob Suture with us today as well. And Mr. Porter, you've met those gentlemen. Also, Mr. Blake Bradbender, he's our civil engineer. He's the projects manager for Low Engineering. He's also our projects manager for this. He's really been scurrying the past couple of days with DOT, and we appreciate and want to give a shout out to Ms. Diaz and DOT for their concentrated efforts over the past few days, particularly with revised traffic impact studies and methodologies and everything else that you have seen. Of course, at the appropriate time, we can all respond to any questions that you may have. This is a case where your professional staff has recommended that the application be approved. The totality of this property, which is approximately 60 acres, it's at 59.23. As you can see, has quadruple road frontage. It's within a community activity center on the future land use map, so staff recognize that, and also the appropriateness of the uses. It's an interesting zone because there's a multiplicity of zonings on the property now: GC, PSC, CRC, NRC, and a small part of R20 as well. What we are asking for in terms of its positioning within the community activity center is a rezoning to Planned Village Community for a mixed-use development. We have a site plan that Mr. Pope's going to put on the monitors for you to see that will give you a better idea of the configuration of the property in terms of its existing and proposed development. Those that are here today and watching on television, this developed this property is an existing shopping center that was built in 1990. It had a Michael's, it had a Winn-Dixie, a Walmart. What we're seeing after 30 years of inline retail, and now you're seeing it with regional malls as well, time's not been kind, and the times have changed in terms of consumerism and in terms of pedestrian connectivity and other issues that have made this shopping center that was built in 1990 look a little tired, a little forlorn. It just needs, it needs a boost. And that's what the Garner Group does. So this shopping center that exists here now will be retrofitted, rehabbed, repurposed, and I've given you a handout that has all of the architectural renderings and elevations showing you how this will look in the after state in terms of the commercial component. Also, we have some residential renderings and elevations, but one interesting point we found out during this process, particularly in our discussions with Wellstar, who, by the way, I can't say they support, but I can tell you that they're very interested. It's going to provide housing for many of their employees. It's also going to provide some conveniences for them, Wellstar that is, their employees, and it may fit in some respects with their long-term planning. But the fact of the matter is there's been no multifamily development in this sub-area within a 5-mile radius of this property in the past decade, maybe more. So it actually, both the town component, townhomes, and the multifamily components, in conjunction with the retail, are not just a payday for my clients. Quite the contrary, it's an absolute necessity for the vibrancy of the east-west connector and the Austell Road and Floyd Road and those corridors to go on in the ways that you have envisioned. While this application has been pending, of course, we've talked with the county, DOT specifically on numerous occasions. Also, we've talked to area residents and property owners, stakeholders in the area, as I mentioned, of course, Wellstar as well. I think it speaks volumes to my client's dedication to quelling any opposition, but more importantly, to respond to any inquiries that we have no opposition, either virtually or in person today. On September the 28th, we revised our stipulation letter. 2 days prior to that, we had submitted a revised traffic impact study and the revised site plan, which you're seeing here right now, to kind of give you even a better scope or image of the property at issue in terms of an aerial photo. Mr. Pope's going to bring up an aerial photo that we flew. It's not your GIS and it's not Google, but it gives you an excellent understanding of the configuration of the shopping center, the balance of the property, which is, of course, prime for the residential development, which we show. And in the top left, that's Burlington that is there. That is not a part of our development. We wish it was. We're talking with them, and we'll continue to talk with them. We think that would be, I was going to say neat, but that sounds like what my 8-year-old grandson would say, but we think it would be a meaningful addition to this in terms of being able to complete this so-called quadrant that you see right there. So we are asking for a PVC, mixed-use development, which is the most appropriate classification, particularly considered in the context of this community activity center. The stipulation letter is legion in terms of it being 15 pages in length. There's no way to cover that now. I trust you've all read it time and again. But if not, what I'd like to do is cover a couple of salient points. Of course, there'll be, by the way, I'm not showing any time remaining up here. I don't know if you're keeping track of that. If I have unlimited time, then I can run it to lunch.
I assume Brian's keeping it. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And again, that was a joke. But we'll have conditions, covenants, and restrictions that will control the architectural components of this. And we have created an incredible amount, Mr. Pope, if you could go back to the site plan, incredible amount of open space opportunities, which also provides us with the walkability and pedestrian connectivity that we have between the commercial and the residential components on our site as well. We have complied and will comply with all the written recommendations from the Stormwater Management Division, the Cobb County Water System, of course, which, by the way, includes providing a sewer flow study and also a sewer capacity study as well. Pardon me, that's a water flow study, sewer capacity study, as long as it's project related. We've done trip generation analysis, a revised traffic impact study, a second revised traffic impact study, and we're in the process, after receiving comments at 4 p.m. yesterday, to address those. And we've addressed many in the past 24 hours. So we're doing what we can for a big piece of property with a heck of a lot of road frontage and a lot of intersections and points of ingress and egress. But that's been our sole, not our sole, but our primary focus certainly during the past week. We've designed this so there's interior maneuverability and accessibility. There'll be reciprocal easement agreements between both Greystar, obviously, and Garner in terms of them being able to travel freely back and forth and provide for their customers, their clients, as well. So prior to the issuance of any permits, of course, we put in a position so the district commissioner will approve any landscaping, architecture, the site plan, virtually every component of this, simply because she likes that ability, and we appreciate that. That gives us the latitude to make minor tweaks during the plan review process, so I think you'll be seeing that. We have, as you can see, architecture which is consistent with what you would expect for an upgraded shopping center and for the cutting-edge residential that Greystar does. We've also eliminated a number of otherwise allowable uses, but we have specifically prohibited those and done that in connection with our discussions with Wellstar as well. As far as the residential component, there'll be 402 total units. The revised plan you see here show a maximum number of 402, and we have 42 towns, and the rest are of course, single-family attached townhome product. But it is a rental platform for both of those residential components. So with your staff's recommendation for approval, and with me, I'm sure getting close up against the time, let me just close with this. Both Greystar and Garner are fully integrated companies which build high-quality retail and commercial developments, not just in Atlanta, not just in Cobb, but throughout the United States. They've got a proven track record, and with our initial filing of the application, I front-loaded that so you had just a ton of information about both companies. Their representatives are here, our engineer is here, so we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation and that you approve this application or recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners as presented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Garvis. And with that, I'll just check to see if there's any opposition wishing to speak. I don't believe we had any. Not seeing and hearing any, I'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. One of our challenges on this has been, because there's so many access points and these are major roads, at least two of the three that the project sits on, is the DOT component and getting the traffic study tweaked and right. Just yesterday, the applicant received more comments from DOT about changes that they want to see to the traffic study. So I'm going to ask, do we have a representative from DOT online?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Okay, Amy. And can you give us an idea of kind of what the changes are you're looking for and what the impact you may see to your recommendations be, like a range of impacts? I know you don't know exactly yet because you have to see the study first, but an idea what you might see that may change.
Basically, the comments that we've provided, we do expect the traffic study is got delays that are slightly under what we actually anticipate. So we are looking to see if there's anything flagged for what we call system improvements, because we know there's congestion in the area existing today. But we're looking to see if there are any of those that are flagged that the development is contributing enough to that we might ask for a portion of that to be funded by the development. That is why we're still looking for the revision. However, as far as their site driveways, we don't believe there's going to be any revision to the traffic study that affects those findings. And so we're fine with the case continuing onward while we work out these technical details.
Okay, thank you. And let's ask, there was some comment about the new driveway on Brookwood that accesses the residential component only, and them applying for a waiver to not need, I believe, a left turn lane. Is that correct?
That's correct. They have as of yesterday, they had completed the analysis that we requested. So we will be sending that through our internal channels and getting our director's approval for that. But it does look like it does not need to be stipulated at this time that there be a left turn lane there.
Okay. And then the Brookwood intersection at Melky, is that going to be a full access out of the shopping center and into?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then the one further, I guess, to the south or closer to east-west connector, is that going to be restricted or remain a full access?
It is an existing driveway, so we have it as full access at this point. That's one of the intersections that we're talking about in the study.
Okay. Okay, I knew there's some comment regarding that one in the stipulation letter, so that's what I was asking about. And so I think that kind of covers it, but at this point, I guess my understanding is we can go with the current DOT recommendations, and you may revise them in the next couple of weeks based on the traffic study, but nothing that's going to be potentially earth-shattering.
No, the only thing that, like I said, we may find some improvements, like, not that there isn't this, but for example, like if we identified that a left turn phase was needed and so a signal modification was needed, we might look at what percentage this development contributed to that movement and what we can ask from them. But we'll have that ready for the BOC meeting.
Okay, good. Does anybody else have questions for Amy? Okay, Fred has a question.
Hello, Amy. On page 197 of our analysis that we've been provided, it says that certain existing access points on the site plan submitted July 2, 2020 are incorrectly labeled.
That's correct. The original submittal one had an incorrect labeling for the one on Floyd, that it's got a turn restriction in the existing condition. They have corrected that.
If I'm reading the book correctly, the department comments include the comment that the existing level of service for the east-west connector east of Brookwood Drive is an F. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, that's the lowest service rating that can be ascribed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Brookwood Drive, it states, does not meet the minimum requirements for the road classification that's given. That's at page 196. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a community development recommendation that well, actually, it is a major collector. So what exactly page are you looking at? I'll take a look at that.
196?
Or 197?
Roadway comments and observations.
Okay, so you're speaking of Brookwood Drive is classified as a major collector roadway?
It says, yes. And according to the available information, the existing right-of-way does not meet minimum requirements for this classification?
Correct, yes. So we have a request in the recommendations for a donation of right-of-way. We have that for Floyd Road and for Brookwood Drive.
Okay, and that would, and you're looking for 50 feet on Floyd and 40 feet from the center line on Brookwood, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, and then it also states Floyd Road is classified as an arterial roadway, and according to available information, existing right-of-way does not meet the minimum requirements for this classification?
Correct. That's also associated, that one is associated with recommendation 1, requesting additional right-of-way. The one for Brookwood is associated with recommendation 2, requesting additional right-of-way.
So can you go back to the initial questioning from Mr. Porter regarding what you're still waiting on and what further studies are going to be required to try to prevent matters from getting tremendously worse at the east-west connector?
So we are going through the traffic study. We basically have been in review with it for the last week to make sure that we believe that the delays are being reported accurately, so that if any improvements are associated at those existing intersections with existing congestion, that first of all, they're flagged for us for the possibility of future projects, but also if the development is adding any significant traffic to those existing issues, that we may ask the BOC to stipulate some contribution from the developer.
But you don't know as of right now what that might be and what impact that might have?
Correct. That has to do with the fine tuning of the existing intersections. As far as their site driveways, we believe that findings will not change significantly from the requests of fine tunings that we've made. But as far as these intersections that have existing congestion issues, they're picking something where they submitted an updated study at 6 p.m. last night after we and comments having their first study in the review for a week. So we are still undergoing that process.
Do you have any idea how many additional cars per day you anticipate? 421 apartments, I think was the number. I may have that incorrect. Let's go back.
402.
How many?
402.
402 apartments are going to add to the traffic on the east-west connector?
Well, specifically for the east-west connector, or are you asking like in general how much the trip generation is for that?
I'll take either answer in either order.
All right, hold on just a second, let me pull up their report. So one of the things that we are fine tuning is their traffic impacts assumes a net change of trips for the shopping center portion, a net change of 0 trips, because they are taking out some of the existing underperforming shopping center area, and they are replacing it with the new development. That is one of the points that is in discussion with them, because when we had our submittal one, there was trip generation given to us for that portion of the department. So basically, by removing the retail portion, it cut their trip generation in half between submittal 1 and submittal 2, and that's one of the points that we're still working out. Hold on just a moment, and I'll finish pulling up the trip generation.
Okay.
So in this, I'm referencing their submittal 1, which included both the shopping center and the multifamily housing. So for the multifamily housing, they did an analysis for 405 dwelling units, which is slightly more than is being asked for today at 402. But their daily trips for the multifamily housing portion was 2,206, so 2,206 daily, with 135 AM trips and 170 PM trips. The shopping center, there's some reductions because of internal capture, but the shopping center was basically the same amount of square foot of trips for the 20,000 square feet that was based in the submittal 1. So the total trips after the pass-by reduction went from the 2,200 basically daily for just multifamily to just shy of 3,000 for the net new trips, including the shopping center. That difference of 1,000 daily trips is one of the things that we're in discussion with. We don't believe it's going to have enough volume to change the recommendations at their site driveways, but it could have an impact further on as far as looking at a proportion of things that are an existing issue.
And you say that's something you're still looking at?
Correct.
Is there any rough guideline as to, like, comparing square footage in a commercial strip center to, or in a retail use to number of apartments as a trade-off? Because this is something we're probably going to be running into again and again going forward.
There's no generalized rule of thumb, but certainly that's something that we can generate looking at trip generation comparison rates.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Okay, and Amy, just real quick, in talking with the applicant yesterday, I thought they had included in their most recent study like a 29% increase on the commercial traffic even though there's no net increase in the square footage? Is that not what was in there, or?
Yes, so basically the 29% increase is meant to reflect the changes from COVID specifically.
Okay.
So that increase was applied at all driveways and all existing intersections because they did comparison counts, 2018 counts we had existing to counts that they were able to take now that COVID is in effect.
Okay, so I just misunderstood where that number was coming from. Okay. Let's see. And I guess I'll ask Garvis about some of these. If you just stand by, were you done, Fred, by the way? Okay. I'll ask Garvis about a couple of comments in his STIP letter. One is on page 6 in number 16. You have on Floyd Road, voluntary dedication of 20 feet from the center line where DOT is asking for 50. And on Brookwood, you have 25 feet where they're asking for 40 feet. Is that an error, or is it?
That is, those are preliminary numbers, but we can voluntarily donate and convey the sufficient right-of-way from center line on both right-of-ways.
Okay, and then let me just find my next star on page 7, still under number 16. It says the full access driveway on Brookwood Drive shall be restricted to full movements going in / rights out. So I think you're saying right in, right out.
Yes, sir.
Only operational status. Which of the Brookwood driveways are you referring to?
Would it be okay if we got our traffic engineer up here?
Sure.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we get.
Well, and I can answer that.
That's why I asked.
But he can add so much more. This is, and Mr. Brad Benner, who I said was our projects manager in terms of traffic and transportational issues. So I'm going to ask Blake to speak. Would you like me to swear him in?
Sure.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Hello, my name is Blake Brebner. I'm with Low Engineers doing the traffic portion of this study.
Okay, and, I don't know if you understood the question, but in the stipulation letter, there's one that says the full access driveway on Brookwood Drive shall be restricted to full movements going in, right out, only operational status. And I think
Is that
do you
the,
know which one we're
southernmost
talking
driveway?
about first? Because there's 3 driveways on Brookwood. Is that the new residential driveway?
My understanding is that the proposed residential driveway to the north of the site would not be restricted access. So I'm not sure which one that would be referencing.
Okay.
Mulkey is an existing full access, and the southern one is also an existing full access.
Okay, and is Amy, and I think you said you're anticipating all 3 to be full access, is that correct?
Yes.
You still there, Amy?
I am. So the one that has a restriction is actually the existing driveway on Floyd, the one that's closest to the east-west connector.
Okay,
That one is restricted to right out only, and that will remain right out only. That is the way it is studied in their full traffic report. So in their submittal one, they'd had it as allowing less out, but in their traffic report that they've submitted recently, that it is shown as right out only.
okay, so possibly there's just an error saying Brookwood Drive and it should be Floyd Road existing.
Correct. It's the
Okay.
commercial, and they do have traffic. I mean, since everything is interconnected, they could have traffic that enters that driveway. And certainly its proximity to the east connector is something that we're taking a very close look at, but that is existing right out only. That is the way it's supposed to remain.
Okay, so I think that answers that question. So I think I've gotten through DOT. Are there other, well, I'll have another question for you. On the traffic study, the 29% was the COVID, as Amy indicated. increase?
So I guess a little bit of explanation of what we did. Due to the COVID conditions, we had historic counts that we took that were available at key locations. Most of the major signalized intersections along East, West, and Austell had historic counts that we were able to use. We went through and counted all of the site driveways under existing conditions, which we do expect to have less vehicles traveling to them during the peak hours. And then we kind of compared the volumes between each other where we had overlapping data to see if there was a pattern that was there and what that growth would be to bring it back up to where it should be today. And that rate was at 1.29, so 29% increase. To bridge the gap, the initial submittal that has been referred to is the shopping center as a whole. And obviously that's underperforming. So when we took the existing volumes and grew them, we compared them to what we would expect with a trip generation from that. When we compared those numbers, the volumes coming out of the driveways were larger than what the trip generation was giving us. So we decided instead of doing a new trip generation for the existing site, redistributing, taking out volumes and redistributing back to the system, we would just leave the larger grown volumes in the study.
Okay, but you would expect, as we redevelop, there to be even more volume.
Well, that's where it came in. So we did the existing counts of the lower volume, and then when we grew it by 30%, that was higher than what we would expect a full brand-new study to suggest.
That makes sense. Okay, any more questions? Fred has one.
And this is mostly to educate me, but since you're a traffic engineer, comment for me on the synergies between the apartments and the retail uses, and to what extent you expect people to actually walk from apartments to the retail.
Absolutely. So there is what we refer to as internal capture. And this has been studied by the Institute of Traffic Engineers, which is what we base our rates on, which says when you have different land uses inside of a single site, they're going to use each other. Now, with the retail portion of the site, there is the corners being taken out to provide access to that roundabout. So there is some walkability access. And then with the changes that were in the last proposal, there's more towards the center of the site now. So we do expect some level of interaction through pedestrian activity. And then we also have along the, I guess the top side of that site plan, that internal connection for the people in the back. They can use their vehicles and they would count as a trip to the retail, but they're not accessing the exterior roadway system. So that level, and I don't have it in front of me, but there is that interaction, a certain percentage that has been studied. That's the rates that we used against each other.
All right, so having gone through all that, what was your net conclusion in terms of the increased traffic to the immediately adjacent roadways?
Yes, so the trip generation that we have proposed is with the single family, or not the single family detached housing. They kind of lump everything together. Or no, sorry, wrong page. We had to do a trip generation for Olson Drive for the houses up there since we didn't have a normal amount of vehicles. 1 second. Okay. The multifamily housing, it's all lumped together as a single land use by ITE, and we used the 405 since it was a little bit more conservative if things were changing. The daily total volume that we were expecting was 2,206 trips. When you split that, that's 1,103 going out of the site and 1,103 going into the site. The numbers that we particularly care about are the AM and PM peak hours where you're going to see the biggest impacts. AM peak hour trip contribution was 135 trips. So that's 35 trips coming in and 100 trips going out, which you would expect in the morning as people go to work. And then in the PM, it kind of switches and comes back in. 170 total trips with 104 coming in and 66 going out.
Out of curiosity, that seems like 10%, well, a little bit more than that, less than 20% of the total trips, which seems kind of low for people going for peak hours, to me. I mean, just throwing that out there, is that
Yeah,
normal?
these rates come from the ITE trip generation manual, which is used all over the country and for every single project. So these trips are based on studies. I think this one probably had like 200, 300 different studies that were performed to develop these rates. So that's where these numbers come from. And then, yeah, it just compares them all over the country, and that's where it ends up. Sometimes they're a little bit lower than you would expect, and then they're kind of spread out. If it's people leaving at 7 versus 8, you'd only count that 1 hour, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Any more, Fred, or anybody else? Oh, Tony
I
has
had a
one. Okay, Alice.
This is for Amy.
Go ahead.
I know. Go ahead, Alice.
I'm sorry. I can't. I think she may be having connection issues.
Are you on? Okay. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Regarding the DOT reports and studies that you have been getting, they
You're breaking up again, Alice.
to be coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it seems that the DOT studies and reports that you're getting are really coming in at the last minute, and I was wondering, are you comfortable with going forward if we choose to do so in 2 weeks, or do you feel like we need to delay a month to be sure you get all the information you need and can analyze it appropriately?
So the traffic study was submitted when they have the last date for submittal, basically for information from the applicant. Because of the way our comment process is set up, there's not really a response time worked into that for us for when we get these submittals. So we've had the study for about a week, and we provided comments, turned them around as quickly as we could. Because I don't believe that the changes will be, like, there's no proposed signalization that we're concerned about, there's no turn lanes that we're arguing about. I am comfortable with it going on. If the final traffic study shows some system improvements that the development would be asked to contribute toward, that would certainly be something we would be working with the BOC on before their hearing. So we have asked for them to submit any revised information before the beginning of next week. They have already submitted a study as of 6 p.m. last night. I've asked for the analysis files that changed. But Blake is currently in your meeting, and so he hasn't been able to respond to that yet. But we are doing everything we can to process it as fast as possible without delaying the hearing itself.
And what's wrong with you, Blake? Not responding yet.
I thought about bringing my laptop, but
Okay, anything else, Alice?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Blake, when you were looking at the analysis on the existing operations, did you account for any increase in traffic for the shopping center, the remaining portions of the shopping center, assuming that with the retrofit and being changed in the makeover, that they would actually have an increase in traffic for the existing tenants or future tenants in that area?
So that was kind of just incorporated into that adjustment factor, since the numbers coming out of the driveways were higher than what we expected. Those numbers get propagated through the entire system, because the counts are from 2014, for the majority of the intersections. So those counts we anticipate are on there. There was also a growth factor that was applied in general to the site to cover just regular growth on the study network. So with the adjustment factor in there on the existing counts and the growth factor, we believe that they're accounted for inside of the study that we've performed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and I have one more question for you. Are you able to provide the revised traffic study by Friday?
Yeah, I don't see any issues with providing a revised study. Like Amy mentioned, we provided the comments that we knew about ahead of time. We provided those last night just to get out ahead of everything. There are a couple other comments that were methodology related. Those we could change and have by the end of the week.
Okay, great, because that's important, because not only does Amy need time and all of DOT, but then Commissioner Cupid and the Board of Commissioners need time to absorb whatever DOT comes out with. So, and they like to have everything by next Wednesday to them.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I don't
that's-
see any issues getting those over to you guys by the end of the week. I don't like dropping stuff on you guys last minute either, so.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any more questions? Not seeing any? Okay. For Blake? Okay. Okay, we'll let you off the hook now.
All righty,
Now
thank
get
you.
back to work and get that done. Thank you. Okay, and I guess we'll have Garvis come back up because we have more questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think, who wants to go first? I think, did you have a question? Okay, Fred has, so we'll let Fred go.
Garvis, can you go ahead and tell us about the variance number 3, allowing the buffer required for residentially developed property located across the street to be reduced to existing conditions along the southern and eastern border of the development? Can you comment on that?
Other than it's required, and we're asking for a variance because it creates a hardship if a literal interpretation of the ordinance is imposed, because of the configuration and the positioning of the buildings within. So it's not really self-imposed. It has more to do with the configuration of the property and the topo. But I would really love if you could hear from either Mr. Garner or Mr. Suture, because you had some questions about interior synergy or circulation. They can address that question. And I know you don't want to take this out forever, but I mean, there's nobody that knows more about the vision for this project than they do.
And I apologize, this is something of an educational process, but I think this is something we're going to see going forward.
I think so, Mr. Commissioner, I believe so.
And that's fine. But can you just point out where on the current drawing these reduced borders would be? These reduced buffers?
Which ones are you referring to?
It says, allow buffer for residentially developed property across the street to be reduced to existing conditions along the southern and eastern borders.
This is the residential across the street that's existing, and of course, there's residential over there as well.
So is this proposing that all you're saying is what's there be accepted as being sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand that point now. Thank you.
And John, do we normally buffer across the street?
For the residential uses, it is a requirement, Commissioner Porter, Chairman
Okay.
Porter. And, you know, the variance is not for the entire eastern or southern boundary, it's just where it's got residential across the street. So for instance, on Floyd Road, there's a little bit of the suburban condominium across the street that this touches.
Right.
And there's two R20 lots off Albury Drive that it would affect. And then on East-West Connector, there's some property across the street from the QT that would be affected. I think it's a church now currently, though.
It is a church, and the parsonage with it. Okay, and I'll add that the applicant has agreed, I'm going to put a stip that they will do very heavy landscaping along the Floyd Road frontage in front of the residential. Their residential, which happens to be right across the street from the residential on Floyd Road. So we're going to have somewhat of a buffer there, but we're not putting it up like a buffer, so it won't necessarily be height, but there'll be a lot of landscaping.
And there'll be front-loaded products, so you're not going to be looking at the backs of the homes.
Yeah, that's
I
another.
mean, rear-loaded products, so you're not looking at the
Yeah,
backs. of them.
rear-loaded, so you won't be looking at cars and driveways from Floyd Road.
Plus, just for the planning commission's edification, we have had ongoing discussions with Mr. Porter regarding potential percentage upgrades, not potential, percentage upgrades to the residential as it's oriented toward Floyd Road as well.
While you're up here, can you comment on the stormwater discharge through the east-west connector, from the culvert under the east-west connector through the Heritage Hills subdivision, and what redesign has been done for stormwater?
Yes, sir, I can. There's some downstream issues that the Stormwater Management Division was concerned about, and they've asked us to do a number of things. First of all, with respect to existing detention, to upgrade that, because the original calculations for the shopping center clearly didn't include the residential component, so we'll be doing that. Also, Stormwater said, and this may sound boilerplate to you, not to exceed the capacity of downstream drainage systems, and what that entails in this particular case is the sizing of the proposed drainage easement is based upon the diameter of the pipe and the depth once installed. So that's a work in progress in terms of our talks with Mr. Carver and Mr. Braden. But as far as the discharge, the redesign of the off-site drainage will pass through the site, and then it is, we'll be lessening and attenuating the off-site runoff prior to it entering the drainage system. So we've got additional stormwater management detention and water quality issues to look at. And of course, those are more functions of plan review, but we have had those conversations with Mr. Carver and Mr. Braden. Did that answer your question, Mr. Boulogne?
For the most part, yes, thank you.
Anything else? Good. Okay.
Not
Do you have
for
any-
applicants, counsel.
Any
Thank you.
further questions, Alice? And then we'll,
No, I'm good, thank you.
okay, and you have some, Tony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. Mr. Sams, out parcels, who will have ownership of the various out parcels that are in existence? Will
My
those-
understanding is that the ownership of the out parcels will remain as they presently are. Mr. Garner is shaking his head, so they're owned by the underlying.
Okay, but they are subject to all the stipulations in the...
Yes, sir.
In the zoning,
To the
correct?
extent that they're applicable to those sites, yes, sir.
Okay, and then who will be responsible for coordinating or maintaining the appearance and upkeep of those out parcels?
Those will be responsible for the users of those, but there'll be an overall master association, both residential and commercial. They won't fall under the aegis of that, so it'll remain, for instance, QT will be QT and Longhorns will be Longhorns.
Okay. Let's see. Then on the back side of the remaining shopping center, at the moment, it looks like there's some fairly substantial green screen buffer. Looks like some heavy pine trees along the back side of those. Will those be remaining so
Are you
that
talking
there
about-
is a good screen between
Yes,
residential
sir.
and the...
Yes, so that'll be, of course, enhanced. That'll remain, but it'll be enhanced by the additional landscaping we'll be doing.
Okay, and then on going back to Brookwood, you and I worked on a previous zoning with the shopping center, and certainly decisions that were made on access from traffic in, 15 and 20 years ago was having a severe impact on the viability of that shopping center. And you also mentioned that, talks were ongoing with Burlington on parcels, so that could obviously be added in any number of situations. I am concerned about not having a left turn lane at that residential entrance on Brookwood. I think for future access and planning for the future, that left turn lane is going to be essential somewhere down the line.
Well, we would prefer having full movement and turning movements out of that, but that's something that in the next couple of weeks, by the end of this week, we'll have that figured out as well.
And I think we discussed this yesterday, and they're anticipating, I think it was something in the neighborhood to 5 to 7 cars a day making that left turn in that way. Is that, we'll have Blake come up and answer that.
Sorry, the bell is ringing. Into and out of the neighborhood, we were anticipating that left turn movement to have 2 vehicles in the morning and 5 vehicles in the afternoon. And I believe that is also a restricted gate for residents only. So there is not going to be retail going in and out of that driveway.
Okay, understood, but I guess what I'm concerned about is in the future, if the Burlington site, for instance, was incorporated and you decided to redevelop that, you put more residential on that side, for instance, then the number of people going in and out of that entrance could in fact increase in the future, and we've made no accommodation for that left turn lane now. And it would be difficult to go back in and add that in. So I'm just worried, I'm just looking, as I say, planning for the future, if that's not an improvement that should be done now, contemplating 10 or 15 years down the line or whatever happens with that other parcel.
Well, there's always a chance that, if more is added, then the more would be there, but I can't speak to zoning, but would at that point it trigger any additional review?
Yeah, you'd have to put in for zoning, and you'd have to have a notice of traffic study.
Yeah, and they currently have, it looks like, 2 full access entrances out of that Burlington shopping center.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. In terms of Burlington, we originally at one point had their detention facility, or the property that houses the detention facility for Burlington as a part of our application, then discovered there's a long-term lease on that in our discussions. So that was tied up and that was deleted from the project as originally constituted. When I say we're having talks with Burlington's having talks with a lot of people about this property, and including Cobb DOT in terms of its long-range vision for what's going to happen within the sub-area. So luckily, Mr. Garner knows the family that owns the Burlington, and of course the family that's selling us the property. So we hope those come to fruition, but Commissioner Williams is absolutely correct. It would require rezoning to add this to the way we're presently constituted, or I start to say at the very least another business application, but I think with the new property we'd have to go through the full zoning process.
Yeah, and that would certainly get looked at if they were going to tie something else into this driveway, which would make a lot of sense to tie into that driveway if it was more residential, but then you'd upgrade the whole driveway, I'm sure. And you'd be getting rid of some full access driveways already on Brookwood.
It's on our wish list and our target list.
Well, I think the bottom line still is it's an F. It's still going to be an F. There's traffic. There's still going to be traffic.
Well,
Nothing's going to improve.
Brookwood's not the F, or that intersection.
No,
but-
down
but-
at, yeah.
But down at, certainly at the Austell East-West Connector
The ones we've been talking
intersection.
about have been the F. I have one question of Garvis, and that is, at one point, did y'all ever look at perhaps some of the apartments being 55 and older?
Greystar has a platform for those that are 55 years in age and over, and you can't deny that the demographics that show that you're going to need ultimately a an age-restricted community just about on area of the corner. But in this particular instance, and this kind of dovetails nicely into what you and your staff already know, and that is these are entry-level apartments. They're sort of transfers into going to single-family ultimately in the future, and then the towns may be even a step up as well. But there have been no apartments, no multifamily. There's been a spate of towns that have been developed within this 10-mile radius, but absolutely no multifamily, and there really is a market for it. In fact, there's a desperate need for it, according to the folks we talked to at Wellstar.
And the reason I asked was because we have found that the 55 and older do generate less traffic. So it could, if they would consider some of it being 55 and older in their apartments, then that would generate at a different time.
They'll continue to look at that. I'll have to say, of all the, Greystar is the biggest on the globe in terms of rental property, and the senior age-restricted component is a very big factor in their portfolio. So we can look at it again. They've looked at it, and they are of the opinion that multifamily is needed in the sub-area and being incredibly much in demand, and the inventory is nil or zero.
And I would say if the Burlington site came in for residential, I think you have an excellent point of
I think that's a
looking
starting
at
point. yeah.
55 plus there, because we will have already added this 402 units right there.
I'm not negating your request, and we'll renew our conversation on that, but the market's there for what we're doing, and but if Greystar ever did the age-restricted here, or anywhere, as a matter of fact, the most recent one I was involved in the Greystar is the age-restricted component, is the Whole Foods anchored mixed-use development at the intersection of Bear Parkway and Cobb Parkway. And it used to be the old Castle Lake Mobile Home.
Yeah, and it has
That's a Greystar product. That's a senior product, age-restricted product as
And it
well.
has done very well.
It has, and Greystar was right in the middle of all that, as well as Fuquay when it was developed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more questions or
No, ready.
concerns? I think I have one question for you, Garvis.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure you're okay. If we move this forward to the BOC, it would be with the condition that the PC would want to adopt any revised DOT comments that we don't have 100% right now, but if they make a
Certainly.
recommendation, we would support their recommendation, basically.
Without a doubt, I think Ms. Diaz, Amy, hit the nail on the head. We've come, and this has been pending for quite some time. We continued it from last month, basically because of the upgrades in the traffic study and other things that we needed to do. And it wasn't calculated to wait to any last minute or anything, trust me. In fact, the stipulation letter, I wanted to get the TIS in, and also the other documentation in terms of the revised site plan, and then the stipulation letter came on the 28th, which was actually after the deadline. So that's not to obfuscate or malinger. It's just simply getting things to you as quickly as we can.
Okay, but you're okay if...
Yes, sir. Yeah, to answer your question, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Just want to make sure.
Didn't mean to walk around it.
Okay, well, good enough. I think we're ready for a motion, if I can find my draft. With regard to Z51, I make a motion that we recommend approval, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. All stipulations in the letter from Garver Sams dated September 28th, 2020, with the following corrections. On page 6, item 16B, change the 20 feet to 50 feet, and that's a Floyd Road. And then on the same item C, change the 25 feet to 40 feet for Brookwood. And then going to the next page, still in item 16H, change Brookwood Drive to Floyd Road. Those are the corrections. And then I'm going to put DOT is still analyzing the application, and therefore DOT may revise stipulations prior to the Board of Commissioners hearing, and the Planning Commission would adopt those revisions. Also, that DOT recommendations shall prevail over those in the letter from Garver Sams where in conflict. For the residential component, balconies, patios, and porches shall only have furniture designed for outdoor use and plants. There shall not be any banners, flags, or other items hung outside. The apartments and townhomes shall have at least 20% brick or stacked stone on the elevations. Heavy landscaping to be used adjacent to the public right-of-ways for the residential component. The district commissioner to approve the landscape plan. All dumpsters to be in masonry enclosures with steel gates. You alluded to that in the stip letter, but I want to make that very clear. In addition to the minor modification exceptions in the letter from Garver Sams, the district commissioner may not approve modifications that are in conflict with an express stipulation or condition of zoning. And that is the motion.
Can I have a second?
Okay, second from Judy. Any further discussion?
May I ask a question?
Sure, I'll let you answer.
I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt the motion, particularly one that's for approval. But the factor, the percentage factor in terms of the townhomes, my understanding was it was those that were oriented to or in view of Floyd Road as
Okay,
opposed.
we can, yeah, I can modify that to
Yes, sir.
say those that are,
I apologize for
those
the
are
interruption.
viewable from a public right-of-way. How's that? Because we may want some on the ends of the ones
Yes, sir.
that you see from Brookwood.
That's
too.
fine, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I remain concerned about the out parcels. We've just seen too many different zonings. We've had some in front of us. We have one more coming up. It's fairly major, where either the existence or the condition of the out parcels can have a very negative influence on the success of the shopping center. And I would prefer to know that the out parcels, if they're part of this zoning and part of the master association, that there is some mechanism to make sure that they are maintained in accordance with the overall standards of the shopping center.
Yeah, there is a master association, and maybe we can have Mr. Garner come up and explain how that all works.
Well, and
just
that's
to
a good
make
idea.
it-
While he's on his way up here, Tony, if you could look at page 9, paragraph 2. It gives the breakdown of the out parcels in terms of square footage and if they are part of the development. But Mr. Garner is the visionary, so we'll let him respond to that.
Hello, good morning, thank you guys. Brad Garner with Garner Group, based here out of Atlanta. We've had this project under contract this year from the family that's owned it for about 30 years. We're super excited to revitalize the center and turn this around into something for the community in Cobb County. To your question, sir, there is a declaration and covenants and restrictions that is already on title as part of this property, and it does include all of the out parcels, including QT, the former NTB, the Juicy Crab, which was a former Italian oven, and as well as the Longhorn, and then any new out parcels that we would create. Those stipulations have trash, upkeep, colors, uses, all of those things that you would be concerned about already exist today.
Okay, I just understood from Mr. Sam's earlier comments that they would not be part of the requirements or maintenance upkeep of that, but you're saying that those stipulations are in place and would continue?
The only one that we will not own is the Juicy Crab, the former Italian oven, but it is already subject to those stipulations via a document that was already done when the center was originally developed.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and you're also going to have a master association to handle both the residential and commercial.
That's correct. And we'll work with Greystar on overlaying that as to the full acreage that incorporates the residential as well as the shopping center.
Right. Okay.
Is your contract about to expire?
We're pushing some timeframes, yes, sir. So it'd be very important if were able to go forward and have the Board of Commissioners hearing this month.
Can you tell us what that expiration date is on the contract?
It's the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
And they need time to close too.
Correct.
So, we're just one step in that. Okay, any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay,
You
Fred
can
is-
have a seat there.
Okay,
We're
thank
good, thank you. Yeah, I'm not, I do appreciate all the good work that's been done by the applicant and staff and the various consultants and counsel for the staff, for the applicant. My concern is, and my concerns are, that we're asked to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, and there are so many moving parts in this that you can't say with great specificity what we're even recommending. We've been asked to approve a discharge of water through an existing subdivision pursuant to a plan that hasn't even been presented or finalized. We're asked to approve a traffic plan or a plan for dealing with traffic and a series of recommendations, or asked to make a series of recommendations without final comments being back from the DOT. I understand that folks need to get closed by the end of the year, but I don't see any reason why this can't wait another month for us to actually have everything in front of us. Also, I'd like to note that we've had a lot of requests for 55 and older units in other parts of the county, and I would note that Commissioner Williams has brought up an excellent point that this is something that we should have given serious consideration to right here, given the existing level of service being an F in the east-west connector. It really doesn't matter whether it's 50% reduction or 30% reduction in traffic or whatever people think it might be. I think that's subject to debate, but I don't think it is subject to debate that there would be some reduction in the new traffic generated if this was designated as a senior housing project. I thought that was really an excellent idea and something we should consider when we're dealing with a situation where one of the roadways going by is currently rated an F in terms of service quality. So for all those reasons, I think there are too many moving parts for me to sign off on recommending it, though I do appreciate all the great work that's been done. I think it can get done before the end of the year the right way, and I just think our duty as a board is to actually recommend a project where these moving parts have been pinned down. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll maybe address a couple of those and then we'll go on. The stormwater, that's something that would typically be addressed at plan review. I don't think we ever have that level of detail on stormwater and zoning. So, we have, the stormwater management comments that we're adopting, which are going to make them design it to that standard. So that's what we typically go by. I get the point about DOT, which is why I was questioning Amy and pushing for the study to make sure that they have it with plenty of time for the BOC. But I believe if you count the one that was submitted 6 o'clock yesterday, which addressed some of the issues that had been discussed a little bit in advance, but they didn't get the comments till yesterday afternoon. They've submitted 3 traffic studies, an original and 2 revisions, and they're going to submit a 4th. I followed a lot of what Amy said as to whether she really expected big changes, and what she expects to find out is whether they're going to contribute dollars to potential system improvements that the county needs to make at those intersections. She doesn't expect them to make any changes to the site plan, to their driveways, or for them to fully fund any traffic lights or turn lanes or anything like that. If she was expecting those, I'd probably be holding it, but given that she's just talking about possibly monetary contributions to system upgrades, which may be new lights and timing or whatever, that's why I'm kind of comfortable moving forward. The 55 plus, I do appreciate that. And I don't know the current status, but there's a 55 plus community proposed just off of east-west connector at Powder Springs. I don't know the current status. It's a housing authority project. What I do know is that it's probably been 15 to 20 years since there's been a market rate development of apartments anywhere close to this. You have to go to Smyrna to get something, or you have to go out all the way into Powder Springs to get something. There's just nothing in this area. So, and I know a lot of people worry about apartments and that, but you do have to have a mix of different options available to people. And that's something we have an absolute void in. And what it does for, say, Wellstar is it makes it harder for them to attract young professionals who want a place nearby to go. So from that perspective, I don't think everything we do needs to be 55 plus, and I'm thinking in terms of traffic, where else would we put it? This has access to essentially 3 arterials because it's barely off Stell Road, just a block, and it sits on 2 other arterials. So where else could we put something with this multifamily where we wouldn't have an even worse traffic impact? We need something. I just don't know where else we'd put it anywhere in the district, really, unless you're sitting right at I-20 where we have a lot of aged apartments. If we were going there with the new one that was taking out the aged and replacing it with the current, that would be great. But besides that, I can't think of a place that would be more suited to put it within the district. And you're not surrounded by a lot of residential. There's some residential, but you're not heavily impacting and going right up against the residential like we often see in the concerns that people get there. You're separated by an arterial road from residential. And I get, we have traffic everywhere and we need improvements for traffic. I really wish the splosh coming up was more heavily to making road improvements rather than road maintenance. But, that's, we've let our road maintenance go to the point that we have to concentrate on that. But that's really it. And the other thing we have is a aged shopping center here that's really in decline at this point. I mean, current tenants include, secondhand stores. There's a good chance that the more top-tier tenants will leave this shopping center if something's not done with it and move to others. And we know there's space opening up in other shopping centers. So we have a chance to get this before it gets too bad, but it's already getting there, honestly. If you go to that shopping center, it's been in decline for quite some time. And, this kind of gives it an opportunity for new life where, the other thing we hear a lot about is sit-down restaurants. Now, luckily, this site already has 2 sit-down restaurants, but being, which there aren't a lot on the east-west connector that you actually, have the full sit-down. With these 400 units, it's going to give real potential for there to be sit-down restaurants in the retail strip as well as the additional out parcels. The commercial component, they're removing approximately 10,000 square feet of the shopping center. And the out parcels they're adding are approximately 10,000 square feet. Exact configuration to be determined, but so on a commercial, it's kind of a net square footage, net zero, although I do expect there to be more traffic from the commercial because that shopping center's in such decline right now that it doesn't get the traffic that you would expect the shopping center that size to get. But that's kind of, I look at it too as I don't think we're going to have much change by next time other than we'd know exactly what DOT would be saying on contributions to system improvements, which to me is not something we normally get too involved in anyway. We aren't going to get involved in the dollars of, is it 100,000, is it 200 typically here. That's really something that's far more between DOT and BOC because they're talking about, our tax dollars and what part our tax dollars go versus the development. So from that perspective, I think we're okay moving ahead, but what's everybody else?
One of the reasons I second the motion is I think sometimes, I did bring up the 55 and older, and that was for purposes of looking at it in the future, and I guess I was thinking of the Burlington when we were talking about the out parcel, to be looking at the Burlington, not this one. I'm comfortable with this one because I think you need residential rooftops to support your commercial rooftops. One of the things that you have, one of the problems we have in the Mapleton area is so many businesses are going out of business. You have vacant buildings, and this is the first time we've seen a nice apartment complex come in, which would support the commercial that's existing down there so that we didn't have any more empty buildings. So I think it's a step in the right direction. If they were lucky enough to have the Burlington come in, I would like for them certainly to look at 55 and older, but in this particular project, I'm very comfortable moving on with it. The traffic patterns, a lot of the questions that were asked were questions that would be answered in the plan review process. Some things we don't always hear up here because we know that they're going to be addressed, like the drainage and that you were talking about, would be addressed in the plan review process. So, and I didn't hear Carl hollering that something was wrong in the drainage. So, and Amy was comfortable going ahead in the DOT. So I trust all of our staff. So for me, it means that I think it could work out the project, and this might be the only opportunity we have to see if this would work out.
Okay, any comments, Tony?
I understand Fred's points, but I think when you're looking at redevelopment like this, and we've done numerous mixed-use developments in our district, and especially in the Smyrna area, you do have some portions that are always a leap of faith because you're going with the master plan and the concept, waiting for the details to work out as it's developed. And I think we do have good staff to address some of these. I agree with the road issues. Certainly I've had numerous times where we, for instance, were trying to go to something with Boy Scouts and trying to go west on the east-west connector at 6 o'clock is not a good experience on that end. But, that's an issue with DOT. I think as these issues come up where we know we have areas that are at a D or an F, that hopefully they're making note of that and putting those down as priorities for the next SPLOST. We can't do everything at one time, but I think it is it's a good concept, and it is a great opportunity to take a old piece of property and reinvigorate a bigger participant for the community, and I think it's good for that area.
Okay. Well, let's see. Alice, did you have any comments before I call the question?
I agree with Judy's comments.
Okay, good enough. Well, I guess we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, and Alice, what's your vote?
Approve.
Okay, and those not in favor? Okay, so that carries 4-1 with Fred in opposition. Yes, and we will take a 10-minute break now and be back shortly. Welcome back to the Planning Commission after our break. We're going to turn it back over to John Peterson to tell us what's next.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. We did get word during the break that the person who had signed up for SLUP 10 was really here for another case. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read SLUP 10 back in, and can the board just add it to consent and approve it? All right.
Okay, that would be good.
SLEP 10, A1 Auto Cores LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of auto salvage in land lot 292 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of West Atlanta Street and on the north side of Pearl Street. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on August 6, 2020. Number two, site plan review comments and recommendations. Number three, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number four, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. There is no one opposed, and the applicant is present, Mr. Chairman of the Board, and we would ask you to put this back on consent.
Okay, and that sounds reasonable to me. Do you want to make a motion, Judy?
Do, and I want to add one additional step to that, and that would be to landscape plan to be brought back to the District Commissioner for approval. So with that, I would like to add it back to the consent agenda.
Okay, so do we have a second for that? Okay, Tony, second, or was that Alice second? You're breaking up a little bit, Alice, so we'll call it Alice for the second. And with that, all those in favor of the motion? And
Approved.
okay, so that carries 5-0 to add that back to the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. And moving on, next case is LDP 17, 2020, Evangelist M. Demesta House and Joyce B. Demesta House request a temporary land use permit for the purpose of a special events facility in land lot 379 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Knight Road, north of the termination of Knight Lane. The applicant is present, and there are 6 people virtually opposed, 4 wishing to speak, and there's 1 virtually in support who wishes to speak. Is there anyone here in person opposed or in support? There is no one here in person. Everyone who wants to speak in support or opposition is virtual. So at this point, I would hand it back over to Mr. Moore for his presentation.
Go ahead when you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the owner and applicant in this application for a temporary land use permit representing Dr. Evan and Mrs. Demesta House as it relates to their property that is located on Knight Road. It's just over 8.5 acres located on Knight Road, and they're seeking a temporary land use permit to allow for special events at their property. And as I go through this, and specifically I'm going to walk you through their property, their 8.5 acres here, through pictures. I could have taken the entire 10 minutes and walked you through this property by virtue of the pictures. It's an extremely unique and beautiful place that they have built. They bought the property in 2001, and frankly, it was a mess. It was an absolute disaster. It was an absolute mess that existed there on Knight Road, and it actually had caused the county problems and surrounding property owners problems. They bought it and absolutely transformed this place into something much more beautiful, and one in which they host private events. But as they look to the future, what they want to be able to do is not so much have some thriving, successful commercial venture, but what they want to do is be able to provide for a means for the future maintenance and ongoing upkeep of this property to be able to occur, despite, instead of just simply out of somebody's pocket, but a way for that to happen. And as you see the pictures, and then as in particular when we get to the voluntary restrictions that they have put on and are willing to put on this, you'll see that it doesn't reflect the invasion of some commercial venture into a residential area, but rather just a means to continue with the beauty of this place and to do so in a very respectful manner that reflects the good neighbors that they really are. So going through first the actual survey of the property, you see there it's 8.5 acres. It's located on Knight Road, right at Knight Lane. Very difficult if you want to even try to make it out. There's so much going on, and what you're seeing with this property, though, is This is an as-built that shows you the areas on a survey that contain beautiful gardens, their home where they live, beautiful pools and small ponds, other areas of gardens and structures that have been built, a chapel that's been built, as well as areas for horse pasture, as well as a small corral and barn, all of which are in use by them and enjoyed by them and their friends and family. Now, to walk you through the property so that you can really get a sense of what is proposed in this instance, I'm going to take you through some of the pictures of what has transpired. This is an overhead picture of one of their gardens that's on this 8.5 acres, and you can go ahead and start to see the real beauty that's present on this 8.5 acres and what the domestic houses have done. It's simply remarkable. As you meander through their property, much of it does remain wooded with paths that have been installed with creeks and streams and so forth. They have greenhouses and areas that they have installed and constructed, as you can see as we walk through their property. I want to continue so that you can see the great degree of beauty that they have installed. Words don't really do it justice. I'm going to try not to just simply say that over and over again and let the pictures say the 1,000 words that they really can at these various locations throughout their property that they enjoy, their friends enjoy, their family enjoys, and when they've hosted private events, which they're perfectly allowed to do, others have enjoyed for charitable reasons and causes. And just take a minute and let me shut up and let you enjoy the pictures of their place. Another overhead shot. And lastly, you have the small barn, stable, really is what I would call that, and corral. That's their property and what that they're seeking. This is not something where they're wanting to spend a bunch of money and create a commercial venture. This is their property and their home that they enjoy today. And so I think what's also, though, responsible for them to be able to do, if they're going to ask for this temporary land use permit, is to voluntarily provide for restrictions so that they can be a good neighbor, because they have been a good neighbor. And I think that's evidenced by a good deal of support that they have obtained, substantial support from adjoining neighbors and people that have taken the opportunity to meet with them and walk their property with them. But I want to go over these restrictions because I think it's important. I also think that many of those who may stand in opposition, and certainly those who have expressed their opposition to date, have not been aware of these restrictions. And I think that's very important for them to hear that. These are contained in a stipulation letter that was submitted on September 23rd. And just to go over those for you, we've agreed that there will only be a maximum of 2 events per month. Each of those events would only have a maximum of 40 guests. There would be the ability to have a maximum of 6 events in any calendar year, and that maximum would be 75 guests. So they would have the ability to do a little bit larger private event or event up to 75. Also, I think really importantly is their agreement to restrict when these events can occur and the timing of when those can occur. First and foremost, any nighttime events can only occur on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings. And those events must conclude by 10 p.m. And I think that's important. Cobb County's noise ordinance allows any event, you can go till 11 p.m. at night. They've restricted that on Friday and Saturday nights so that it has to conclude by 10. And any event on Sunday night would have to conclude by 9 because that is in fact a school or work night with Monday morning. So what they're trying to do is build that in. There's no nighttime events that can occur Monday through Thursday, only daytime events, and those must conclude by 6 p.m. And again, going back to the restrictions to see how these are hand in glove, only 2 events per month, 40 guests or less, and only 6 events in any calendar year of those that can go up to 75. Importantly, we have prohibited live music. This isn't a band stage or an arena for live music. Live music is prohibited unless there's simply a string quartet for a small wedding reception, as you can imagine, and that would obviously not be very loud. Importantly, and I think this is critical, they have, as you've seen with their 8.5 acres, they have more than significant and substantial and adequate area for parking. All parking for any event must be on site, on their property. On-street parking on Knight Road or anywhere else is strictly prohibited. Their pasture areas have been retrofitted so that They can accommodate vehicles, and they can accommodate far more vehicles than event guests we propose for restrictions. It can really accommodate well close to 100 vehicles on their property, properly parked and spaced, but we've restricted that back to ensure that there is always going to be plenty of space for on-property parking. And what these restrictions demonstrate, to me at least, is that domestic houses want to be good neighbors, and in fact are good neighbors. Each of these restrictions is simply aimed at ensuring that what they want to do to be able to have special events on a very limited basis is done so with the utmost care. And I want to point out too, within the stipulation letter, they have committed as a stipulation, a zoning stipulation, that for any event, all adjoining neighbors will be notified in advance of that event and be given a contact name and number should any issues or problem arise. So any immediate and adjacent neighbor would be notified before any event. Even a kid's birthday party at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, they'll be notified of that. And I think, again, that goes to the degree to which they are seeking to be a good neighbor and have been a good neighbor since 2002, and also goes to further cement and demonstrate that they are in fact not seeking this to be some large commercial venture, but simply a means to keep this property in its current state and have that maintenance and upkeep going and going and going. What we have heard from opposition emails that we have received are generalized concerns about, we don't want a commercial venture into our neighborhood. I bought a house, this is supposed to be quiet. And to a large extent, we see that with these land use permit applications, those type of complaints. But those are generalized concerns. What we believe is with the stipulations and the restrictions that we have self-imposed, along with the very nature of a temporary land use permit, significantly and substantially addresses completely each and every one of those generalized concerns. There's not a concern that has a justifiable basis that can't be addressed through one of these restrictions or the very nature of a temporary land use permit. You know what those are, the temporary land use permit and how that operates. There are others that don't. A temporary land use permit by its nature, by its definition, is not permanent. It's temporary. It's only up to 24 months. That's the maximum that the board can approve. It's temporary because beyond that time that's been approved, if it's 24 months, the applicant, the owner, has to come back in for renewal. Why is that? To ensure that if things aren't going well, that land use permit can be revoked, cannot be renewed. Even further, the county through this process can revoke it at any time. If problems persist, if the restrictions aren't being followed, if issues are arising on a consistent basis that are outside of what has been presented and proposed, the county can yank that temporary land use permit and revoke it immediately, and they can no longer have that privilege of being able to host and provide for special events. That's the nature of a temporary land use permit. It doesn't create a permanent problem. What it does is create an opportunity to see, can this owner abide by the restrictions that he's proposed? Can they live within the rules that they propose and that the county wants to install as part of this project? In addition, these restrictions tighten that grip even further and allow a means for us to see, can this work? And it will absolutely work. They've proven it in the past, and they'll continue to prove it in the future if given that opportunity. Dr. DeMesterhouse is here, can answer any questions I may not be able to, and we very much appreciate and respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The time for support has run out, so we'll hear from the opposition now.
Our first virtual speaker is Eric Jackstad. Mr. Jackstad, you may speak to the board.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to participate and speak here. My name is Eric Jackstad. I live, my address is 3401 Ebenezer Farm Road, which if you look at the map that was submitted, it's lot number 93 behind, not that map, the drawing. But anyway, my property directly borders the property in question. There's a 6-foot wooden fence, and immediately on the other side of that 6-foot wooden fence, there's a structure with windows that, you know, if you're looking out those windows, you can look like probably 50 feet, 40, 50 feet down and look like directly into our family room. So it's very close. Yeah, that's our house just to the right of where the cursor is there. Yeah. Now, I do have to say the restrictions that were just outlined, I had not seen those restrictions previously. All I saw was the application. And I'm very concerned about the application because, there really were no restrictions listed there. And I don't know how enforceable the restrictions that were just outlined are. Our concern is just, this is a very quiet residential neighborhood. We purchased the house, we're on a cul-de-sac, we like the quiet. And, having something that's currently zoned residential turned into something that's not residential, we really had no way of knowing what sort of boundaries there would be in the future. I can envision, late night loud music. I mean, there have been, it hasn't been a big problem, but there have been a couple of times in the past where there were private events at that property, and we definitely hear the music from there. So we're concerned that how often is this going to be going on? Are we going to have 3 weddings a week and loud music till midnight? And and if that does happen, maybe even the current owners don't do that because they are being very considerate. But maybe the property's sold, and then once it's zoned commercial, what would be the restrictions on what would be going on that property? I don't know the answers to those questions, but those are the concerns that we have. That it would just change the nature of the neighborhood, the quiet residential character of the neighborhood, and that we have potentially a very loud, uncontrolled situation just right on the other side of this fence behind our property. One question that I had, I noticed in the restrictions that were just outlined, that there would be no live music. I don't know what that means about recorded music. I mean, from my standpoint, I don't really care whether it's live or recorded. What I'm concerned about is how loud it is and how late it goes into the night and how frequent it is. One other comment that I'd like to make, one of the things that was in the application was a sort of an argument about zoning. The way I interpret it, I'm not a lawyer, but it sounded like the argument was being made that zoning in general was unconstitutional. And I just wanted to point out that, I feel like that argument and basically saying that it denies the property owner's unfettered use of their property, I feel like the argument sort of ignored the property rights of other people that are affected by it. Yeah, I mean, it's great to have unfettered use of your property, but what about unfettered use of our property and, change in nature of the neighborhood that would affect our property values? So bottom line, those are my concerns. I have to say the restrictions that were listed do go a long way to alleviate my concerns if those are followed and enforceable. And, like I said earlier, if a zoning change is made, I'm concerned about what happens 10 years from now when the property is owned by other people. And, are these restrictions actually codified and enforceable, or is this just this is intention of the current owner, and over time, those could just sort of fall into and be abandoned. And that's really all I have to say. I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Our next virtual speaker is Emma Ponder. Ms. Ponder, it is your turn.
Hi, my name is Emma Ponder. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hey, I bought my land in like 1979, I believe. So I've been there for quite a while, and D.K. Jones owned 33 acres, and he was selling it all, and I bought the first 13 acres. Well, everything was okay, and it was all wooded, and and it was all wooded. And then when a veterinarian bought the property and built barns and horses, and had horses, and that was fine. Then the Mr. House bought it, and the first thing he did was he wanted a rezoning to put his fence right on my property line. He didn't put it on the property line, he put it a foot over on my property line, which, I mean, I lived with that. And then, but the thing was, when I went, I had all kinds of team event parties there. I didn't live there, but I had a lot of activity there. And then all of a sudden, the lot smells like manure because he's keeping his horses right there. And then he put those solar panels, which don't look good, and he asked for permission after the fact. Now he's asking for permission again after the fact. And he says in his application he didn't cut down any trees. But how many trees did he cut down to put, and the property is beautiful, but we bought the property for, we wanted to build there. We wanted to have acreage. We were not allowed to do that because there was going to be an easement through our land. And now it's even getting worse and worse. I'm already going to have to put up a privacy fence between my house and his house with a lot of good smelling floral in order to be able to sell it probably. And when Kevin Moore said the neighbors love him, I have not liked him from just about the day he moved in. Okay, I hate to say that, but and I'm talking about well before I sold the property to Larry Thompson. And Larry Thompson had to give Mr. Messahoff a whole lot of privileges to be able for Mr. Messahoff not to have to build on that property. He gave all kinds of privileges, was given all kinds of privileges, and now I'll tell you what, and I hope she gets to speak. Marty Evans lives adjoining the property also. She lives right across. I own two lots that adjoin his property. I don't live there. And if you look at my property, it's all trees. If you look at his property, it was all developed. And so I think that, and my property was conservatorship for 20 years. And I really think that it's sad that a lot of people in there bought property to be able to have quiet and solitude. And now this is going on. And Marty should speak a lot more because she is right there on the property line and she is living there all the time. And y'all should go see her property. It is absolutely gorgeous and it will be destroyed with this. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kristen Small. Ms. Small, you've been unmuted.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you just to keep your comments brief because we only have about a minute left in the comment period.
Okay, my name is Kristen Small. I live 2 doors down from Eric Jackstadt on Ebenezer Farm Road. So I agree with a lot of the things that he said. We have a lot of the same concerns. It is a large piece of property very close to our house, and I'm just afraid that if we tried to resell our house, it would really negatively impact because you have this marker of this commercial property right there. People would see that events happen there. They're not going to look into the rules of, oh, well, maybe they're hosting small private events. How many people are allowed? It's just going to be this red dot of this is an event facility. It's 2 doors down. You can see the line right there. I probably wouldn't have bought the house if it was there at the time. We passed on a bunch of houses that were close to facilities like that. We do hear noise when they host events. So I just don't want it to go through. I think that this is a residential area. We bought it because of the privacy and the, land around us is now it's being developed more and more. But we liked it because it was kind of separated from these busy areas. So, we would just like for it to stay quiet and peaceful and, like a good neighborhood for kids. And I just think that if you are inviting these parties and, just who knows who owns it next, I feel like once the temporary one goes through, it's going to be really easy to kind of like skate through a permanent one without anyone kind of like making a big fuss or like paying attention to it. So I just think there's a lot of opportunity for a negative impact on all the property values in this neighborhood. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, our time has expired for the public comment. Was there anybody else?
We do have Ms. Marty Evans-Felder on the line.
Okay, let's let her go, then we'll give Kevin some additional time afterward to even it out.
Marty, you've been unmuted.
Thank you so much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for allowing me to express my concerns. Many of my neighbors have already just expressed them. I do live directly behind the property at 3550 Knight Road that's applied for a temporary change in zoning from residential to special events facility. I do speak for myself, my husband, and most neighbors and homeowners that I've contacted within Ebenezer Farm, Hickory Woods, Old Mill Creek, Chestnut Grove, and Churchill Farms. We are vehemently opposed to the changing in zoning. Every one of us, I believe, bought in either an R20 or R15 subdivision, as well as many homes along Knight Road, Ebenezer Road, Knight Lane, and Blackwell. Hundreds of us purchased our dream home. Never did we agree to a commercial facility adjoining our property and neighborhood. We bought with property value at the front of our minds, an investment. The owner at 3550 Knight Road, as you well know, applied for special events to be held on that property. The noise, bands, whether it's a quartet or 12-piece, DJs, traffic, parking, drinking are a few of our concerns. The application states he wants the ability to do this 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday, 9 until 10. These are only the operating hours. What about early and late night deliveries and breakdown? The pavilion, as it is known on the property, directly abuts the neighborhood lake. Sound travels. Knight Lane is 2 lanes, very hilly road, poor vision and lighting. Late evenings, people getting in their cars after hours of drinking. I believe there's a disaster waiting. Safety of our neighbors, children, friends, and residents of Cobb County has to be a huge factor in this consideration. Many of us go to bed early for work the next morning. Children go to bed for school. I noticed in his restrictions, which none of us have seen before, it doesn't matter to me if it's only twice a month. It's still twice a month with loud noise. Monday through Thursday till 6. When we are at home, we don't want the noise. We don't want the traffic. The attorney provided a list of 230 households. Those within 1,000 feet were notified back in July. This number is only a fraction of the involvement of property values. The trickle-down effect. When mine sells for less and used as a comparison, so will everyone trying to recoup their investment and equity. I'm preaching to the choir when I say that research shows home values decrease closer to commercial properties. None of the hundreds of homeowners have not one thing to gain from this change. This is like pulling the rug out from all of us after investing our life savings. The only person who will benefit, the only person is the property owner for his commercial use. One person trying to profit off his land by changing residential to commercial cannot be allowed. Please hear our concerns and please act in the best interest of hundreds, not one. I've listened to his construction noise for approximately 4 to 5 years. Each year, my husband and I would look at each other while trying to enjoy a peaceful drink on the back porch and wonder, how much more can he build? What is he building? Wow, that must be quite a compound for his family to enjoy. We never complained. We never once thought it was his wish to start a commercial business. We never complained when he built the solar system at Knight Road without the appropriate permit and variance. Then asked us, the county and others, to agree for forgiveness. We did. We just wanted to be a good neighbor. This rezoning request is not being a good neighbor. In 2020, trying times for most small businesses, there are not plenty of event venues in Cobb County struggling to stay afloat? Is social distancing not still a priority in most situations? Why would Cobb County need another event venue in a residential zone? Actually, I know the answer to that because he himself stated it was to offset the expense of his children inheriting and maintaining property. And interestingly, he did file a constitutional challenge that the zoning and planning ordinance of Cobb County is unconstitutional in that it is arbitrary and unreasonable, resulting in relatively little gain or benefit to the public while inflicting serious injury and loss to the property owners. We homeowners truly believe that there is immeasurable benefit to the zoning to the public. It protects our right to a peaceful and tranquil lifestyle and preserves the value of our homes. If it were your backyard, if it were your neighborhood, if it were the safety of your families, how would you vote? This is not a personal attack on him or his wife or a debate of how beautiful the property has become. This is a plea from all of us to protect our property values and safety. Thank you
I'm going to
very
have to
much.
ask you to wrap it up real
I
quick,
did.
just a
Thank
few
you.
more seconds.
Thank you. That was the end. Thank you so much for your concern.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll give Kevin 6 minutes or so if he needs it.
Sure. Yes, just to address a couple of things and not restate, but I also want to point out that there are those online who are in support. So this is not a situation where you have hundreds, as has been referenced, that are opposed to this, when you have adjoining residents that are likewise very much in support of this, who do support that, and they have registered that with emails to the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission and staff. Want to answer actual questions that have been asked. I think it's important for those to know what we're really dealing with. The enforceability of these restrictions and stipulations, as we call them, is absolute. Those are enforced by Cobb County Code Enforcement, enforced by Cobb County, and this is not simply a code enforcement action. When you have a situation where you have a temporary land use permit that has been granted, the enforcement mechanism is far greater. That can be just yanked by the county if those restrictions and stipulations are not being followed. It can be yanked, and it ends right then and there if that's the problem. So that's, to me, a lot more of a hammer than you normally find in regular code enforcement. Regular code enforcement, all you can do is make them comply. You can't just yank their business away from them. In addition, the question about in the future, as if this will turn into a permanent commercial business. That's the very name of what we're dealing with. A land use permit under Cobb County is a temporary land use permit. If this is granted for a year or 18 months or 24 months, the applicant owner has to come back and demonstrate the renewal would be appropriate, and we have the same level of hearings again. And if there's been a problem, the county has not had a problem not renewing it in the past. That's how this works. In addition, Dr. Domesta is perfectly willing for there to be a condition that this land use permit is only applicable as long as he and his wife are the owners of the property or a member of his immediate family is the owner of his property. This is not an intention to create a commercial enterprise, and I can't say that more. It's an intention to provide a means, and it's extremely, extremely limited. All of the concerns that you heard were exactly what I said they were going to be. Generalized concerns that have no basis when you put them next to the rules that follow a temporary land use permit and the stipulations and restrictions that Dr. Domesta has agreed to. They're just generalized concerns, generalized fears about value. I would love for my house to be next to this property, and I would have no problem with my value as long as these restrictions were being followed, which we can do as a county and which Dr. Domesta House is going to be doing. It's not going to affect anybody's value. Far, far from it. Again, we believe that given the stipulations, that this is entirely appropriate, it's entirely minimalized, it's entirely mitigated, and the county itself has every opportunity to jump in at any point in time it's not and stop it there in its tracks. I just don't think that's going to happen because of the responsibility of the owner who said, I'll put it on me. We hope you agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And was there anybody online who wanted to speak in support?
We have one person online, Katie Bebbage.
Okay, let's let her speak in support. We got about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Katie Beveridge, and I live at 3411 Ebenezer Farm Road. My property is adjacent to the property in question, and I actually live between two of the people who voiced opposition to the petition, the Jack Stats and the Smalls. I've lived there for 6.5 years. The chapel that was mentioned, I can see from my backyard, and I have young children. I have absolutely no concerns whatsoever about the request for temporary land use that has been proposed. The Domesta houses are amazing neighbors. Their property is meticulously maintained. They live there. That's their home. I don't foresee them hosting events that are going to cause any issues for the neighborhood that I live in or my family. They're extremely respectful. And in addition to that, the point was made about property values and this being a commercial use. That's not the goal. The goal is to keep this property as a special place. I mean, you saw the pictures. It's a magnificent piece of property. And I love having it behind my house and would much rather have it maintained as is than have them decide that they're going to sell it and have somebody come in and build hundreds of homes. The noise and the impact on my property values because of that would be much more significant than what they've proposed. At any rate, I just wanted to voice support of their petition and just state that I have no concerns about the proposal for amendment to the land use.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. It's back to this board, and this is Judy's case.
Thank you,
Turn it
Mr.
over to you.
Chairman. This is a unique piece of property. I did have the privilege of going out, looking at it, and I have to say I probably haven't ever seen anything quite as unique as this in Cobb County. There might be some out there, I just haven't seen it. There's gardens, there's a little bit of everything. It's beautiful. And you can tell it's his, he has spent many years of maintaining it and getting it into the condition it is. There's gardens for his grandchildren. There's, there's horses there. There's chickens that have crazy hairdos. There's a little bit, well, they were crazy hairdos. There's all kind of things on this piece of property that is unique and can be enjoyed. I do believe he's been a good neighbor he's asked some of his neighbors during this virus epidemic that if they wanted to get out and walk, they're welcome to walk on his property. He's been a good neighbor. I don't doubt that for one moment. The problem we come into is when you have a tract of land like this and it's so unique, is trying to apply for something, a land use permit, which we typically see a land use permit in a home occupation. This is not a home occupation. This is, according to the applicant, would be something that he wanted to do so that the burden of keeping the property up wouldn't be so hard on his children later on. And I understand that. However, it's not the position, my position, that the adjoining property owners should have to put up with the things that would occur on the property in order for him to support his piece of property. When you have events, and no matter how much you regulate them, you're going to have problems. You have traffic problems. He does have room to park the cars. That is not an issue. But in order to park the cars, you've got to bring the cars there. And Knight Road is just a winding two-lane road. It's small. It has traffic on it, stop signs out there. So the other problems that you have is that the weddings, no matter if you had 2 a month or whatever, still brings in additional traffic that you wouldn't be having. The other events that you might have. Most of this, I believe, would be considered, would be having up the front of the property, not toward the back. There is a chapel on the site that's was built from a design in Greece, so there is a chapel in there. You probably could have some kind of wedding back in there. I just think, because it's temporary, and a temporary land use permit was always designed for uses that are compatible with the adjacent zonings. I don't believe having an event like this, several events a month, would be compatible with the adjacent properties in here. Is all the adjacent property owners are single family. There's a lake next door to it. I think you'd have to make improvements in order to have these events going in there. And I would be leery of approving a land use permit where you have to make improvements. The fire marshal would have to come out there. There's all different kind of things that would have to be approved before we could have events out there. So, and a land use permit, as Kevin said, a land use permit could be turned down after the first of the year, for that matter. You get new commissioners come on here, and new people come on, and his land use permit might not last a long time. So those are concerns that I would have of going forth with a land use permit. But my biggest concern is traffic issues, bringing strange people coming in, not strange, but not strange, I mean, but people who typically wouldn't live in the neighborhood, we're bringing them in. The things that you'd look at as your quiet enjoyment when you buy a home out in this rural kind of setting, and it is a rural kind of setting out there, so those would be my concerns. I'd be, if anyone else has any concerns.
Okay, I'll just add, we had, well, I won't say the property we had was similar in beauty, because this is remarkable what they did. We did have a property where it was similar to this. It backed up very close to a residential neighborhood, and it was, you know, a acreage parcel. And much like this, I believe this building all the way to the right side of our screen's probably the chapel. And you know, we had a similar kind of situation where it was, where that focus point was very close to the residential. And even though the applicant, and there were a lot of restrictions on the land use permit, that particular applicant at least wasn't able to control the people at the events. You get people there at a wedding, everybody's having fun, partying. You know, they were supposed to keep the doors closed and they'd all open up, and we had lots of music out, and I had neighbors calling me who backed up to it at 10, 11 o'clock at night saying this is supposed to be over by now by the stipulations, and it's still going on, and that happened over and over. Thankfully, the people realized and didn't come back and renew the permit. They renewed it once and said they were going to do better, and the next time they didn't come back. I also have concerns about parking. You know, they don't really have, you know, what we call suitable parking for an event. You know, they're talking about parking in the pasture, which, you know, we don't allow typically for erosion. We don't, you know, allow parking on non-hardened surfaces, especially for something like this. We wouldn't have a commercial event center and park it on dirt. So, you know, to me, it brings a lot of concerns, and it's nothing against the Kent whatsoever. I've just, you know, my experience has been that the events, while all the stipulations are good, the people who attend the events don't necessarily know all the stipulations or don't follow them. So that's
That would be
my
my
concern.
strange people. Is that the one?
Yep.
See, council's still there. Council, can you just point out for me where the weddings or other events would actually take place on the property?
Depends on what you want to do. If you want to have a wedding in the corral, it would be here. If you want to have a wedding where this is the overhead garden and it would be here. You've got a small chapel in this location. So, I mean, it just would depend on what you did. The parking areas here are actually not pure pasture. just for reference. They do have, he has installed so that cars don't get stuck. So
Right.
it's not pavement, but just for that, just since you were asking the question, I thought I'd at least add that. Not that it's going to make a difference, but I wanted to make sure that was clear. So it just would depend. If you wanted to have one where those falls that you saw were, it'd be over here. It just would depend.
And what about, I saw the name Avalos earlier with respect to the notch that's shown as R20 right here. I guess there's a homeowner in that notch.
Oh, the notch right there, yes.
I don't believe we heard from that homeowner today. Do you know?
Correct.
Do you know where they stand on all this?
They're not objecting.
They're not objecting.
That's correct.
Those are all the questions I have. I have just a comment, and that would be, again, I'm not inclined to substitute my judgment for those of the people in the district, but a lady asked a question, Marty Evans, I think her name was, asked a question, if this was my backyard, how would I feel about it? And I'd be inclined to concur with what Council Moore said, is that if I had a chance to have had something like that built behind my backyard instead of, with all due respect to Trayton Homes, instead of 17 or 18 Trayton Homes, I'd take that in a heartbeat. And I would take it with 2 events per month with acoustical music that ended at 10 o'clock. But that's me. So to the extent, and if and to the extent this is not approved today, I would hope that the applicant would continue to work with his adjoining neighbors in establishing restrictions and conditions that might allow for everybody to think that this was a good idea, that this, I see where he's going. The gentleman, I think you said doctor, is thinking that for one of his kids to live there and keep the property as it is, substantially as it is, 2 events per month with 40 people could subsidize that and take care of that. And I think that's a very interesting idea that somebody should give serious thought to. And I think these neighbors should give serious thought to whether they'd be better off with 15 homes there. It's zoned R20 right now, as opposed to facilitating a long-term plan to keep it much in its present form. But again, I'll leave that to the powers that be here, who have carefully considered all the needs of the neighbors. Those are just my initial thoughts.
Fred, I hate to say you made me think about that for a minute.
That wasn't my goal.
Okay, well, it's just happenstance. Okay, happy accident. You mentioned the alternative uses. What else could it be? And what could you have in your backyard? And I don't know if we have an answer for this question today, but let's say that 15 years from now, it's not affordable and it's donated to the county as a park. And if the county owned this facility as it exists, as a park, and generally everybody likes to have parks next to their homes, what could happen in the facilities in terms of activities during the day or activities during the evening if it was a park facility? I said I don't have an answer to that yet, but it does make me think that perhaps a little longer time to let them continue to explore some of those options. Judy said it's your district, you know what's up in there, but Fred, that did make me think about, what would be the alternatives and what else could it be used for? And you could envision that kind of acreage being turned over as a park, and then what would happen?
I think for me, going out there and looking, he has put a lot of time and money in designing his gardens and his yard for his benefit. I don't think at any point it was really for the benefit of the adjacent property owners. It was for him and his family. He has 4 children. And I think that as he got older and the projects got bigger, that he got to thinking about his children when they inherited the land. But a land use permit is very temporary. It would not solve the problem of going down the road. As I stated, a land use permit could be denied anytime because there's nothing permanent about it. It was only meant to be temporary. As far as donating to the county, I don't believe he'll ever donate it to the county. I could be wrong, but I don't see that being in any of my crystal balls that I've been looking at, that someone would give this beautiful piece of property to the county and then the county have to upkeep it. I don't think, if you look at the property and the ponds and the lake that's adjacent to it, I don't see it being developed with 15 homes either, even if that was a possibility. Anything's a possibility, but I don't see this property owner, as much as he loves his land, I don't see him tearing it up and building 15 homes on it. So for me, it's all about the traffic that you would bring in, the strange people that would be coming in, meaning complete strangers coming into an otherwise private neighborhoods. It would be more than 40 cars a month, too. It'd be more than 2 events a month. He also has private events, which are perfectly legal. He doesn't have to have a permit for that. But he has a big Halloween event. We have also, at one point, had a problem with, I don't know where it was, a wedding or a party, where the music got too loud. And there was some calls made about that. He has changed his position, I believe, on having something live out there, but you would still have DJs. Excuse me. So my position has changed. So unless someone else has another comment, I'm ready to make a motion. And my motion would be, and this is purely because of it being a land use permit, not for the person, but it's the use, and this is I would recommend denial.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Tony. Any further comment? Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, and Alice, what's your vote? We can't hear you. Are you there?
Not
Al?
in favor.
Not in favor? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so then the motion carries 4-1 with Alice opposed for denial.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. What's next, John?
Okay, rezoning case Z55, Silver Creek Properties Incorporated, request a rezoning from GC and R20 to FST for townhomes in land lot 258 of the 18th District. The property is located on the east side of Maxim Road, south of Old Alabama Road. There is no one here virtually opposed to this case. Is there anyone here in person opposed to Z55? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in? He's sworn in already? Okay. It's all yours.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Pritchett. I'm with Silver Creek Properties. Last year, we decided to liquidate all of our non-income producing properties. And so this year, I'd reached out to Commissioner Cupid to see what her vision is, to see what she thought was the highest and best use for this land. She put me in touch with Mr. Peterson. I met with him, and both the recommendations were for the fee simple townhomes. Based upon the recommendations and the success that up the street on Maxim Road, we have Creekside Overlook Community, similar size parcel, I think it's 6 acres. They had homes 1,700 square feet, selling between $191,000 and $205,000. Based on the success of that and the recommendations, we submitted a request for rezoning. And that is it. I asked that based on the findings of the staff, if you guys would, I respectfully request that you guys submit for approval.
Okay, that's all, and just one more check. We don't have anybody else wishing to speak either in support or opposition. So, not seeing or hearing any, I'll close the public comment portion. and it's back to this board, and this is a case that I'm handling. You can stay right there for me. And I don't know, it's been an unusual morning in that we haven't had a lot of residential developments on the calendar, so you didn't see what we normally see for them from perspective of, you did see Z51 with the site plan, but usually on residential developments of any type, we have site plans and elevations of what's going to be built and all those kind of things. What we have here is a survey, which doesn't tell us how you're going to lay it out or address, access and all of those things. So, that's a real concern because we just don't do zonings without information. We just don't have enough to really analyze your thing. So do you have site plans and elevations or?
If I may, I'm just going to market it to a developer. We're not going to develop it ourselves. I'm just trying to get the zoning. So you guys provided the framework of what would be acceptable by Cobb County. That way I can market it to a developer. This is what Cobb County has put forth. That's their request for development. And that's my goal. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's just, unfortunately, just not the way that we do zonings, or we'd have a whole lot of stuff come in here without a lot of scrutiny. And that's why we request the site plans, because we get to looking at how close the buildings are to other houses, what the buffers are, you probably saw us go on Z51 for a long time, and we weren't really even touching any residential, and you have a whole lot of single-family homes right behind this property. And you have a very unique situation with the sewer tunnel and all of that on the property and those easements that have to be considered. So it's not one as is that we could recommend approval for. At least I couldn't. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but do you want to go through and do a site plan? Yeah, I think kind of the options as I view them is leave it up to us to, make a recommendation. Ultimately, the Board of Commissioners makes the decision. But if you end up getting a denial, which is a possibility, you'll be prohibited from coming back for fee simple townhomes for a year with the zoning request. So that makes it hard to market the property, I would think. You also have a possibility where you could say, hey, I'm not ready, I can withdraw the property. Obviously there's a possibility that it could be an approval. With a withdraw, that can be done without prejudice, which would let you refile an application at any time once you maybe get with a developer who's going to bring forward the site plan and all the work necessary to show us, what it's going to come forward with elevations and all those things. Do you have I guess I'm asking, would you like to consider withdrawing it? Do you want more time to work on it? Because that's another thing, we could hold it and give you more time to come back with a site plan and elevations, or?
Yeah, I guess my point is I'm just trying to market it to a developer, and if you guys have the framework of what is going to be required, setbacks and everything, which they've listed in here, then I don't see why it couldn't be approved, because ultimately they will have to bring their plans, everything will have to be approved before you guys allow it to go forward.
Yeah, it's just not really the way that we go about doing zonings, Let Fred.
Just for a minute, one thing you have already accomplished, though, you have received some staff comments.
Yes.
And you did actually receive a staff preliminary recommendation for approval. So you might be heartened by that. You might want to retain an engineer. You might want to seek some counsel from one of the many lawyers that practices before us, including the few fine lawyers that were here today, either one of them. But it seems like you've received some positive preliminary advice and feedback, and I would encourage you to perhaps start with the engineer and come back and see us.
Yeah, and you could probably use this preliminary, I'll call it preliminary, it's a staff recommendation, and it follows the land use plan, which is important too. There's, which is Cobb County's guide. It's not an absolute, but it's a guide. I think you probably heard me mention that earlier, land use plan of high-density residential. So it's within the realm of what you're asking for, how the county would envision it. It's just we don't have the information because we get down to looking at the traffic and the stormwater and everything else when we have a whole plan come together, and that's how we really decide zonings. We don't just say, yeah, it would be nice to be in this category, and we'll provide you all the information later at some point if you approve it. It's just, we'd have, these hearings would be a whole lot different if we did things that way. And, really we have to treat each applicant, similarly. So we're going to see, Venture Homes come up here in a second, and you may want to listen and stay for their presentation, and you're going to see we require a whole lot out of them, and they'd love to just come forward and say, hey, just give us this zoning and we'll worry about all the details later. And we have builder after builder. We had a case continued earlier for that reason, because they brought forward a site plan for it, and we said, just by talking to the community and everything, the community said this just doesn't work, and the developer requested a continuance so he can go back and work on the site plan. You probably saw the number of cases we have continued, and a whole lot of those are the same thing. We analyze the site plan and find issues with it, and then it goes back and is worked on. So I guess I'll lay out kind of the three possibilities. One, we can make a motion and act on it, make our recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, and you can go there and kind of see what you get. You can ask us to hold it, which I think everybody would be glad to do if you want more time to work on a site plan and all of those things. Or you could also ask for a withdrawal, which would give you the ability to come back and refile it at any time once you have all that detail. So kind of what's your preference, and I'll go from there.
I guess out of those options, I would, I guess, just continue it, and then at the future, I'm hoping not to have to mark it as potential for townhomes. I was hoping to mark it as it's already been zoned for townhomes, and then their site plans, everything would have to be approved through you guys. But if that's not going to be an option, then I guess I would want to continue it while I work to find a developer, and then they can submit their site plans and everything to.
Okay. How long do you think you'd like it to be continued for? Because, we usually do a month or two kind of thing, not 6 months, a year, because if you're going to do that, it would be better to withdraw. And John, can I ask you this? If he withdraws, would you consider waiving the fees when he refiles, if he refiles for FST?
Sure.
Okay, so if we withdraw, because if you're going to say, we're going to go out and spend several months marketing, you're better to withdraw it and refile, and he just agreed to waive the fees, so you don't incur that.
Okay, well, that sounds fair enough.
Okay, so you'd like to ask for it to be withdrawn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, I'll make a motion that we allow the application to be withdrawn without prejudice. I have a second from Judy. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? And Alice?
Approved.
Okay, so that was approved 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, rezoning case Z56, Venture Communities LLC, request rezoning from GC to RM12 for condominiums in land lot A54, the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of I-75 at the terminus of Leland Drive. The applicant is present. There's no one virtually here opposed to rezoning case Z56. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z56? No one is opposed, and the applicant is ready to make their presentation.
Okay, and just before you get started, I'm going to jump back and modify my motion to include with fees to be waived. for refiling for FST.
Second.
Okay, and we'll revote? Okay. Alice, you're good with that? Okay, so there we go. Okay, sorry about that, Sean. With that, you go ahead when you're ready.
For the record, Sean Randall on behalf of Venture Communities. I had to get another pair of glasses. I own 16, but can't read with any of them. So, it's my advice is don't get old. Anyway, on behalf of Venture Homes, we've been building homes here in Cobb County for well over 35 years. Since the recession, we have constructed probably 1,400 homes in the county. That would include Marietta, which I know you guys don't have any jurisdiction, but Marietta, Smyrna, and Kennesaw as well. But it represents about $400 million worth of market value of homes. So we're pleased to be a part of the county. It's been our home for several years, and we look forward to doing a lot of exciting things in the future. And I stand here before you kind of in a little bit of an awkward position in that we have staff approval. I've been here certainly many times before without it, so it's always nice to have that, subject to the usual approval by the board and all the staff comments, but we're very pleased to have staff approval. And if you could go to the aerial, the Word document aerial, yes. Yeah, Word document aerial, please. It's a 4.04 acre site. It's at the end of Leland Drive, and I apologize, that's a very, very busy map, but if you look up at the very top, right below the box that says, let me change glasses so maybe I have a chance at reading it. It says show directions. That little blue dot is the site. And you can see it's adjacent to I-75, very, very close to I-75 at the end of Leland Drive. But what I wanted to show you was all the activity and potential nodes around there. If you go up Leland Drive, there's been a lot of rehab and redevelopment. There's still some, kind of overnight motels, but a very, very nice multifamily complex on the right that's been extremely well done, gated, highly amenitized. We want to kind of follow in that vein, but we are for sale, fee simple condominiums, luxury condominiums for sale, mandatory homeowners association. But the interesting thing is, if you see some of those blue dots to kind of put you in reference, less than a half a mile walk is Papacitos, Papados, all those attractions on Windy Hill Road. Now you got to get your tennis shoes on or some sort of comfortable shoes, but in a mile and a half, you can walk to the Battery. A mile and a half, you can walk to the Battery. My wife and I live on the other side of the river, right there behind Ray's on the river. We walk to the Battery 3.5 miles, at least 3 to 4 times a year. The trail system is wonderful there, under 285. We never have to get on, cross some sort of major road, take our life in our hands. So we figure our buyer is very young, they're getting out of their apartment, they're buying their first, but they want to be in the thick of things. Here's an opportunity to be there. It's zone GC. We want to take it to RM12. We will need one variance that I'm aware of. I think RM12 has a height restriction of 40 feet. We need 48 feet because these aren't your typical stacked flat condos. And so I do want to talk about product. If you wouldn't mind going to the JPEG photos. Let's go to the next one. That's the back of that. There's the front of a 10-unit building. These units run front to back, okay, front to back, and they're townhomes. So they're 4 stories, but they're 2-story, each unit is 2 stories and they're stacked on top of each other. They run front to back. Every unit has one single car garage. We think these are going to be young professionals. A single car garage that's covered and a driveway apron. That's what we showed you there just a second ago. But they're stacked flat units, 2 stories. Everybody has their own access, their own garage, and their own outside living space. So you can see the unit there, if you go back to the prior slide, the far unit there on the left where it's a 2-story stone, that's a walkout patio, okay? The rest of the units have either balconies on the front or balconies on the rear, but everybody has outdoor living space. Everybody's got a space for their gas grill, okay? We think the architecture is very pleasing. Again, 10 units per building, stacked flats. The units range from, go to a couple of more slides. Again, that's front on. Unfortunately, with the tree cover, I couldn't get a really good picture of all the buildings, but everybody has a separate entrance, separate staircase, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I say separate entrance. There are shared entrances, but there's a door. Once you get in the vestibule, you go upstairs or you go in. This is the side of the unit, which I think is very attractive. And interestingly enough, the front is off to the right. The front is to the right. Those balconies on the back side of the unit. Next slide, please. There's the back side. Not too unattractive, right, for multifamily? Again, all those patios, so it breaks up the facade. The one thing that we would do differently now is we would put some banding so you can separate the first, I see Galt laughing. We would do some banding to separate the first and second floors and the second floor from the third floor. I think that would just enhance the attractiveness and wouldn't cost very much money. But again, enhancing the value. Those driveway aprons are large enough to park a car, in the apron while someone is still using the garage. Next slide, please. Again, that's just another view of all the balconies out the back of the units, okay, the back of the units. And again, you can see some cars parked there in the driveway apron. And I think that's it for the, again, 36 luxury units. Again, we talked about the variance. Mandatory HOA. Everybody belongs, so everything's maintained on the exterior. All the landscaping is maintained. All the off-street parking, everything maintained by the HOA. Ground-based entry monument, all the usual things, underground utilities. Let's see. And of course, as I state in the zoning stipulation letter, we will comply with all staff comments regarding stormwater, sanitary sewer, et cetera, et cetera. And again, I'm available for some questions.
Just to check in, no additional speakers either in support or opposition? Okay, we will close the public comment portion and turn it over to Tony for to lead us on this one.
All right, thank you, Sean, appreciate it. A couple of items, and I'm not sure where they would come up. You mentioned the height restriction,
Yes.
which would be a variance. Staff comments from fire department noted that if you have a single one-car garage, you need 2 additional parking spaces
Right.
for each unit. And
Yes.
we only have 1 additional parking space for each unit.
Right. And we would work with staff to make sure that we're in compliance. I don't know the 2, I think 2 per unit is a suggestion. I don't know that that's actual code today, but if it is, there's plenty of places to put more off-street parking, and we know we need off-street parking.
Okay. One of the other items, looking at it, it's a site that you can see being attractive to somebody because you have the county land to the north and Rottenwood Creek.
Yes.
You have what looks to be a fairly large landscape buffer that's natural, that would be to the east of the site. But you do have the O&I, and you do have that industrial site right below it on the south side. And I didn't see anything in the plan or the stipulations discussing what type of landscape buffer or screen would be provided between your development and in essence, the metal factory type building.
Well, Tony, we've got a couple things going for us there. Our property actually falls off pretty severely to this site and down to Rottenwood Creek. And I did mention, or I did forget to mention, that yes, we would be adjacent to that future park, which I think would be super. And I think there's also been some discussion that might be down the road some sort of future transit station for high-speed train or not train, but bus transit and things like that. So what a wonderful opportunity for our folks to be able to just walk to public transit if that did indeed become the case. But certainly the park is right there. But the topo falls off dramatically. But we wouldn't mind putting, a 10 or 15, 20-foot screening buffer as we get further into the site plan to screen, because you're right, we don't want to see that, it's an industrial building. They have trucks coming in and out, et cetera. So we would want plenty of buffer there. And if you look at our site plan, there's significant room to do it. You can see the contour lines. Those are 2-foot contours that he's showing up there right now. We're much further down, and hopefully that'll help alleviate some of the interstate noise. One of the great things as I walk that property, I really don't hear I-75. So I know our residents inside the units should be pretty well buffered from a sound standpoint. Tony, does that answer your question?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, maybe I need to babble on some more. No, we would be glad to put a buffer between us and the commercial.
Okay.
And I will include that in my stipulation letter next time.
One of the other items that DOT noted in their remarks was that for extending Leland,
yes,
they were going to look for you as a developer to fund that extension. Is that?
Absolutely, curb and gutter and the extension. That's what I tried to cover, Tony, when I said we would comply with, staff requirements. But absolutely, we would extend that 50-foot right-of-way, build the county standard road entering into our property.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Does anybody else have any?
You said expensive, these are high-end. What is the price range of these?
That's a great question.
I thought so too.
We anticipate these will be starting now 1,300 square feet. Okay, that's our small. They're all 2-bedroom, 2-bath minimum. Okay, and they go up to 2,100 square feet, which would be a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. But they would start in the low 3s and go up into the high 3s.
Okay, so that's not really a high-end.
For 1,300 square feet.
I mean, not what we hear up here all the time. It's not high-end.
Well, if you do the math on a price per square foot, it's some of the highest prices in the county.
Yeah, really?
Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
And a high-end, you would normally you don't have a place to put your garbage cans. Tim, can you bring up the apartment complex, the back, that showed all the garbage cans?
Oh, yeah, there was an alley photo.
Now, to me, that's unattractive.
Yes,
That could be
ma'am.
just me, but that is unattractive for that high-end
Right.
condo. So is there not any provisions that you have a place that you could put these in that would be hidden?
We could look at building some sort of receptacle, between the garages to camouflage that, and we'd be glad to do that.
Yeah, because it's very unattractive.
No.
I mean, truly.
Oh, I agree. The other issue that we have is I think some of those aren't garbage cans, they may be AC units. So there's, but we could definitely build something in between the driveways and I think that's a great idea.
And I think that would help. And the other thing would be, this is my personal opinion, it's not a beautiful building, but I'm just saying that it needs to be broke up, and you hit on it briefly about the distinction between one unit to the other unit is what I'm talking about.
Sure.
And you hit on it. You already know that it's not the most beautiful building in the world.
Well, we know there's areas we can improve on the architecture, and we will do that.
Yeah, I think it would look much better if it was something breaking up the lines.
Right. Well, I wanted to show you that because when we first submitted, we gave you 2D drawings, and those are very, very hard to read. And you don't get any sense of shadowing or, what do those porches really look like? Because this is kind of a, new industrial look with the way the porches are supported at an angle. Again, we can improve on the
You can work
architecture.
on that.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then the other thing is, we don't typically see just a one-car garage.
Understand.
We typically see two.
Right.
But I do understand what the market is that you're trying to reach.
Right.
And y'all's conclusion would be one car would be sufficient.
Right.
But then the fire marshal, and I think we briefly touched on it, that you'd have to provide other parking.
Oh, no,
we all know that
understand
you're
that.
gonna have
And
additional
we'll work to comply with that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Sean.
You have any comments, Fred, or questions?
Thank you. Doesn't look so bad to me. I want you to know that. In fact, it looks quite nice. I just have lower standards, I guess. But I appreciate the carriage house handles and such on the garage doors to add a little flair. Do you know how long these driveways are between the apron, which effectively may serve as something of a de facto sidewalk?
If I had to, I don't know exactly what those are, but if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say 18 feet. You know, from the back, you can see that's kind of a rollover curb, from the back of curb to the garage door, I would say 18 feet.
Because in my limited opinion, yeah, one huge mistake the developer made at Overlook at Marietta Country Club, who developed those condos there, is not, first of all, inadequate guest parking, but secondly, inadequate distance between them.
Right. Yes, you don't want those bumpers hanging out into the alley.
I think if it gets up to about 22 feet, then there's plenty of room to park even a full-size SUV. But when you have much less than that, you have a problem.
Well, please understand, standard garage is 20 by 20. Okay. So, 20 feet typically, if you pull it up, you should be able to get that F-150 or that Suburban up, Now, again, you don't want to tap the door, but 20 feet on a driveway apron is fairly typical.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think a Suburban's length is just a little over 19 feet. I think that's right. Okay, what about the stormwater comments regarding, do you intend to go forward with some sort of a no-rise flood study or?
Oh, absolutely. We'd have to do a full-blown hydrology study. But I suspect, and I'm not an engineer, but I suspect there should not be a problem there with the hydrology. But as part of the LDP process, we have to do a full-blown hydrology study.
I just read this comment. I just want to get your thoughts on what you understand this to mean. The stormwater management shown on the zoning site plan appears to be on the high side of the site. Do you have any thoughts on that?
We may have to tweak that around. Again, the site plan, is basically to give you an idea of how that would lay out. But we'll get our engineer to look at that again prior to the commissioners meeting.
Okay. What about protecting Rottenwood Creek and the extent to which you're planning to get right up against the stream banks on Rottenwood Creek?
Actually, if you go back to the site plan, not the site plan, the contour map, the creek itself sits way below, like 30 feet below where our units would stop. So I think there'll be plenty of buffer there. It's a beautiful creek back there, by the way. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. So, and right on the other side is the proposed park.
So you have a fairly steep topo?
Yes, sir.
What about erosion control for these units to make sure we don't have any structural issues down the road?
Well, absolutely, we'll have to do a full erosion and soils, sediment control plan with the LDP. And we pride ourselves, we've been doing this for a long, long time. Not that we don't ever make a mistake, but we're on top of erosion control.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You have any comments, Alice?
No.
Okay, I think that was a no. Okay. Do we have a representative from Fire Marshal's office on the call? Sometimes they're here, if not. Not hearing one.
In outer space, we'll never know.
Right, I just didn't know if we had a member. John, do you know if the 22-foot driveway length applies to an RM12?
Chairman Porter, that would be a fire department question.
Yeah, that's why I tried that. Just thought you might know.
Amy might know.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, maybe Amy might know.
Amy knows everything.
Are you there, Amy?
Where are you? She's left too.
I don't know, Fred, I mean, they do.
I'm here.
Okay, okay.
I know that we recommend that length of driveway regardless of the residential type, but I don't know what the fire marshal's answer would be now.
Okay, okay, but generally, we see 22 foot, and there's been a lot of complexes that were developed before the fire marshal came in with some of his enhanced regulations that have created real
We'll
problems.
take a look at that. Golf, my recollection, and, my Alzheimer's may be kicking in, but my recollection, the last, thing I zoned in Cobb County, I think it was a 20-foot apron, either measured from behind the curb or from back a sidewalk.
Yeah, now, if it's a public street, DOT requires 20 foot from the right-of-way, but then the fire marshal does on a standard home, 22
20
feet.
foot from the right-of-way would mean 33 feet from back a curb. I don't believe that's correct. But again, we'll check. Whatever it is, we have to comply, right?
Right, right. I'm just thinking the site plan needs a fair amount of work if we have one-car garages and we don't have the additional parking shown on the plan. We have a potential issue with the detention pond being in the wrong location. And I'll agree with Judy's comments. I don't think they're the most attractive buildings. I'm thinking maybe some of the masonry needs in places to go all the way up, to make it look better, and the banding certainly, would be that, but it's not something that I would want to buy into, let me put it that way. I wouldn't pick to live there if that's what it looks like.
Well, I'm a little concerned about 4 stories of masonry. It starts looking like a castle.
I don't mean the whole thing, I
Yeah,
mean.
no, but even a tower, taking it up 4 stories, I think it'd start looking way too heavy.
And it may
Because
be-
the style now is lots of board and batten,
Right.
white or gray, paint, lots of shake. It's just a different look today,
And if there
in my
was-
opinion.
And if there was some board and batten or something that was different, it might look better,
go back to the
all the
front
hardy
elevation.
siding.
There's a lot of board and batten on these, and part of it is, you've got to excuse my humble ability to take pictures, but go to the front, that's the back, that's the side.
Yeah.
There's the front. So,
Yeah,
you see
the
the stone is
front you
there.
have it, just not in the back.
Yeah, it's, you're going up 2 stories on that left tower.
Right.
And then the tower immediately next to that, that's all one unit right there. So you've got windows, twins, 3 twins on top of the patio slider doors out to the patio. That's all board and batten in there.
Well, certainly the front looks much better than the rear.
Yes.
That breaks it up, and I
Yes.
think you could use some of that board and batten to break up the rear.
Oh, absolutely,
Some of those,
absolutely.
too.
And I think the band on the backside would help immensely, because it starts looking like, and I'm not slamming my multifamily friends, it starts looking like an apartment complex.
Yep.
And Judy, at 1,300 square feet, $300,000 is a lot, that's a lot of money. Considering, most of the time you can buy 2,800 square feet for $300,000 in Cobb County.
Here up here,
Yeah.
we don't hear it high end at 300,
Well-
we hear high end at 700.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm just kidding with you.
No. But the other thing too is, with all due, you really don't hear condominium much. I mean, think about the last time you zoned a condominium.
And there might be a reason for that.
I think one of the things is the location that makes this work. I mean, that's what's really going to drive this. I think the townhome living, particularly for young people, it's a lot of steps. And so, but if you're 28 years old, it's probably doable.
It's good exercise.
Yeah, so,
Unless you
anyway,
break your
but
leg.
we'll work on the architecture, Goal, not a problem.
What are we going to see from I-75? Are we going to see the fronts or the backs, or?
If you go back to the site plan, please.
And I need to look at that. Looks like we're going to see the front.
Actually, I-75, the right-of-way to I-75 is probably, if I had to hazard a guess, I don't have, I can't scale, probably 300 feet. You're going to see trees, is what you're going to see. You're not going to see, we don't want you to see I-75.
Right.
And Tony, to your point, you're darn right I'm going to screen that commercial because it's really ugly. My homeowners don't want to look at it. As a matter of fact, I ought to be telling the commercial, they ought to screen against me, to protect me. But no, you'll see trees. Because so much of that, there's some sewer easements running through there, but much of that, where it says from stormwater pond west, we don't touch. That's past the limits of disturbance. So those trees all stay. I say we may have to run a sewer line down through there or something like that, or stormwater or something from our OCS, but for the bulk of it, we don't touch Noonday Creek. That's one of the things that we love about the site.
Okay. Well, that were my questions. I think
There's
everybody
one
said
too,
it.
but I did notice in the book that it said there was no variances required, but I'm hearing him say he is required.
I think they missed a couple on the technical review as the other drawings came in.
And I've got to verify RM12 that the restriction is 40, but that's what my engineer texted me this morning. He said RM12 is 40.
So that's why staff didn't pick up then the building was going to, John, was
And
that the
again,
reason?
there may be some exception or something like that. He gave me this thing that was 4 paragraphs long and talked about cornices and that, all this. And we may still comply, I don't know, but we may need that variance, and I just wanted to, throw it out there.
John, did y'all talk to him at any time about a variance on the height?
No, ma'am. It sounds like that the variance just came up this morning through the engineer.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like the variance issue came up this morning with the engineer or architect.
Yes, well,
It's a 5-foot variance?
I'm sorry?
It's a 5-foot variance is what you're asking for?
I think 8.
8 feet.
It'll be 8.
8 feet.
8 the way they're drawn now. Now, we can lower the gables a little bit or something like that and maybe, get down to the 45 feet.
Is it being measured to the top of the building?
Yes.
Yeah, and we don't measure it like that. It goes to the midpoint of the roof, so it might be compliant, I don't know.
Yes. But we'll work with staff and we'll get an answer to that.
I have a question. I think if this wasn't in PRC, it would probably be in Iraq. Is that correct? Or,
I thought we talked about that. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
Didn't we say it would be a rack if it wasn't this classification? Or
If
did
it wasn't
we-
in PRC.
Or did we dream it?
I'm trying to
It
think.
was
because-
in the PRC, and that's what we were trying to figure out, is how it got in there.
Yeah.
Everything around it is zoned is listed for high density,
Yeah.
but not in the rec.
Hey, Tim,
Yeah.
could you pop up the future land use around this site? So we can see. A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, because 48 feet in a rack's not too, objectionable to me anyway. And, this
there's
property
nobody around
probably
us.
should be,
Yeah.
in a rack. We're not getting up against any other residential or
No,
anything. so-
there's really nobody around us.
So that one doesn't concern me, I guess.
No, no. I think
because-
the use is probably good. It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, even the height, because you're essentially should be in a rack. I don't know why it was put
I
into
think
PRC.
it's probably that height, because those decorative.
It goes to
parts,
it looked like it
parts,
goes to the
yeah.
peak, is the
Yeah.
way it's supposed to be
That's what
measured
it
on
looks
this,
like to me,
which
too.
carries it up.
So, okay, well, back to you, Tony.
Yes.
Okay. Sean, I think in context, you've heard that the concept is great, and I think everyone's always happy to have for sale units in the structure. It's a good location to finish out because it is kind of surrounded and landlocked, either by undeveloped property that, I don't know, the county doesn't have a specific plan, or other property that really doesn't look to develop with any additional density because it's already at its maximum of 12 units per acre. On the other hand, there are a lot of little things in here that haven't been addressed on the site plan. I think some of them in particular, like parking, as you mentioned, you're challenged by the elevations. So the buildable portion where you would be able to expand to add parking starts to look cramped in. I think the creek buffer didn't appear that you're penetrating the 75-foot buffer anywhere.
No.
And you do have the sewer line that's there, and I didn't notice anything from sewer that you were impinging on what they like is a 10-foot setback from their sewer lines. But the issues about the buffer, confirming the building height so we know what we are or are not approving if there's a variance, the parking spaces, some opportunity to address where garbage would be. I noticed it looked like in your island with the parking, you do have a mail kiosk planned in there. I didn't notice that there were anything specifically planned for sidewalks, so I don't know if that's just part of the apron or how that's drawn in there. And then as noted, the stormwater is kind of on the uphill side, which would mean kind of flipping the site. And what I would like to do is have you take some time and firm these issues up on the site, with the goal that if we can get this done, it would be a potential consent agenda by the time we send it along to the big board. But I think we need to confirm some of these details and get them wrapped up before it's ready to be approved. So my motion, Mr. Chairman, would be that we continue this for 30 days and allow these issues on the site plan and development to be resolved, and look for it then.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Not seeing or hearing any. I'll call the question.
Do we have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I missed the second. You want a second?
Me, yeah. I'll second.
Thank you. Hopefully Robin caught that too. I missed it, so.
I was looking at her as well.
Galt is hungry.
So with that, we'll call the question. All in favor, raise your hand, and Alice, what's your vote?
Approved.
Okay, so that's approved 5-0 for a hold. Okay, thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much. We will see you next month with lots of answers.
Appreciate it. And I think we have
Thank you very much.
one more case on our agenda.
Somebody sent me a text.
Okay, rezoning case Z60 of 2020, Petroplex Joint Venture, request a rezoning from LRO to CRC for retail in land lot 708 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Canton Road, south of Power Right Road. There is one person here virtually who's opposed and wants to also speak. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z60? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and the applicant is present, Mr. Chairman.
Jeannie. Who is handling, I got a call up, I don't know why I'm getting the call. That says I've dialed into the meeting and I can't be heard.
Is it possible that it's Carol Brown?
Mary Lanning.
She's a firefighter.
Oh, she's a fire. Oh, there was your fire department. Nobody would answer her call.
Okay, thank you so much. My name's Tom Mitchell. I'm here on behalf of zoning case Z60 of 2020. It's 2120 Canton Road on the west side of Canton Road, just right where the connector, basically where the connector ends. This case, prior to our purchase of the property in 2017, this was a blighted property for maybe 20 years. You'll hear from Ms. Brown, she'll tell you it was a mess, it was an absolute mess, and in 2017, we purchased the property. It was zoned GC at the time, and it had to come back in for zoning, and we agreed by consent in March of 2018 that it would be zoned LRO. As LRO, it just simply hasn't had any economic use. Mr. Pedersen and Commissioner Burrell can tell you that everyone who ever attempted to apply to use the property was denied for one reason or another because the LRO designation is just too narrow for this property, which has sort of rendered it useless for about 3 years now. We're flanked on the north by SDK Tractor or Equipment Supply, Castile Heating and Air. Those are GC and CRC. We're flanked on the south by a strip mall that's zoned NRC. And then next to that is Mr. Sparky, zoned GC. Across the street, we're across the street from $13 emissions, which is zoned GC. And the Horseshoe Place, which is now Georgia Environmental, which was on consent right now, which looks like that's going to go to NRC. So we're in a pretty heavy land use area with the people around us. In April of 2020, Ultimate Tailgating, and Mike Bailey is here. He's the owner and operator of Ultimate Tailgating. Ultimate Tailgating wanted to use the property, and what they are is they are a tailgating company, and they do retail event planning. It's a retail event planning business, and as a part of that business, they have little trailers with taps and TVs and kegs and stuff that go out to tailgating, and they have some RVs, over-the-road RVs that are ancillary to their business. Ultimate Tailgating's been on site since April until July without incident, and then a single complaint was made to code enforcement that the RVs are not permitted in LRO. Mr. Bailey, with my help, the property's kept immaculate. I think that Ms. Brown, while she's in opposition to certain things, Ms. Brown is the gatekeeper of Canton Road, and I think that even Ms. Brown would have to say that while it's not the Taj Mahal, it's just a 1,000 square foot, it's 800, she's very technical, it's an 800 square foot building sitting on 0.88 acres, so it's largely the lot that is the attraction for users of this. But that being said, I think that we've cleaned this property up a lot. A part of it was I had to take down the pole sign, though on the property, which I don't benefit or own, are two beautiful out front billboards. That's the view from our front windows, are two, We Buy Ugly Houses and John Foy and Associates. And then next week, we get to see other advertisers. So it's flanked by some pretty unattractive stuff that over time, and with Ms. Brown's advocacy on the street and Commissioner Burrell's resiliency, this stuff is getting cleaned up. There's still a lot unused on Canton Road. And a part of that is because of there's heavy advocacy that kind of harms the commerce, but that advocacy is intended to make the street better, and we understand that. That being said, on September 25th, Canton Road neighbors via Carol Brown submitted her recommendation to staff, and on the 28th, or rather on September 29th, staff recommended it be deleted to NRC, subject to 7 provisions. We agree with the first 6 provisions offered by the county, and the 7th provision was that any RVs had to be parked behind the gate. We don't think that that's necessarily required under zoning law. But that being said, we tried to work with CRN, but Canton Road neighbors and Carol Brown, but the time got too tight, and we just couldn't get it done. I don't think Carol received our October 2nd letter, and there was an exchange via email yesterday, and I just think she didn't receive it. But I thought she was responding to it, and so anyways, what we're asking for is, under NRC, parking of vehicles is a permitted use, that in and of itself. You can use NRC to park. The code goes on to say that in NRC, outside storage does not include or prohibit commercial vehicles used for a permitted use. That being said, while we're here asking for CRC, that's really what we're asking for, because zoning is just, these are guidelines, and we have 2 tracks north of us. That have recently been zoned to CRC, owned by Castile. So it's not as though we wouldn't be permitted to be zoned CRC, but the more likely scenario is that we be zoned NRC under NRC 134-213, Section 11, with a special exemption for use in a neighborhood activity center, other consumer goods and services. That being said, we're asking that the property be zoned NRC with the first 6 provisions of staff's comments. And we are asking, you can see that from the, I have to put my eyeglasses back on. I grabbed, usually they're on my head. You can see from the overview of the property that we're only at about 70%. We don't intend to pave anything more, but we're within the impervious guidelines. But you can see that the property is largely a lot. And then behind us is a railroad track, and on the other side of that railroad track, you'll see it's zoned R20, but there's a big drop-off, and no one has built anything there in the lots, I think, are unbuildable. But you can see across the street, we have a steel warehouse. If you go to the spot north, GC, DK, if you push a little higher north across Powell Wright Road, you'll see that Castile Heating and Air and their tracks have been zoned CRC. And across the street, you'll see that Z57 is across the street. That was the Horseshoe Place, and now it's Georgia Environmental. That being said, we're just asking to be treated like our neighbors up and down the road. I think, and Mr. Pedersen and others can controvert me, I think that I'm the only LRO from Cobb Parkway, maybe Sandy Plains, but I think I'm the only LRO on Canton Road, other than 2 miles north, there's a blank lot, and then there's a nice engineering firm who built a, they have a nice engineering firm. But if you look at this view of, the map, LRO is just not workable for us. I tried for 3 years, and I just spun my wheels. No one would lease it or buy it or anything. And Mike Bailey and Ultimate Tailgating has a nice, clean business. That being said, we just ask for your consideration and that this property be recommended for either CRC or NRC with a special exception. And if you have any questions for me or Mike, we can answer those, or alternatively, I think Ms. Brown is probably on the line.
Okay, thank you. With that, there was nobody else wishing to speak in support, was there? Not seeing or hearing any, we'll go to the opposition. And I guess,
Okay, Ms. Brown is being unmuted.
okay, and you can have a seat while she talks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
She is call-in user 7.
Quick bit of
Carol,
history.
you've
Yes,
been unmuted.
I'm now unmuted.
Yes, go ahead,
Go
Carol.
ahead.
Thank you. I want to give a quick bit of history on this property. It was not only a mess, it was blighted. And yes, Mr. Mitchell has cleaned it up. It originally was GC, and unfortunately, Mr. Mitchell was not aware it needed to be rezoned. But the first application was for a kitchen cabinet showroom, and there was a lot of back and forth about that, which led to the recommended deletion to LRO. It was heavily stipulated for professional use only. But one of the provisions that's actually in both LRO and in NRC is no overnight parking of commercial vehicles, or limited to, I believe it is, cars and minivans. It took, from the time that was adopted in March 2018, it took approximately 1 year to February and March of 2019 before that property had been renovated to the condition that it now is. I mean, the sign was removed because I periodically take construction progress photographs of properties on that highway, just sort of for historical record. The sign was removed on, I believe, February 20th of 2019, and the fence had not yet been completed. Shortly thereafter, that summer at least, we noticed that a tour bus was being stored behind that fence. We didn't say anything. You know, we were happy that the property had been finished and cleaned up. Early this spring, at some point, we noticed that RVs and other vehicles were on the property, and they were not cars or minivans. We didn't say anything. We, didn't say anything. Multiple people commented on it. Finally, in July, I took a photograph, and I did send it into code enforcement just for the question about the zoning stipulations. The application came in requesting CRC, filed August the 6th, and stating that the property was vacant, which of course it was not. To cut to the chase, we agree with the staff recommendation, which conforms to the future land use, that it be deleted to NRC. The uses, the most appropriate use for the RV rental and event business would fall into the other consumer goods and services, which is in special exception uses. There are some conflicting directives because parking for vehicles is a permitted use, both in LRO and in NRC. And there is a phrase in the parking for vehicles that exempts RVs from that 12,500 pound gross vehicle weight limitation. But then you've got the NRC comments, still in NRC, they want to limit the parking overnight to cars and minivans. So there's some conflicting directives there. But the bottom line is we agree that it should be deleted to NRC. And I'm just going to read you our list of revised stipulations. We have appreciated some of the comments from Mr. Mitchell, and let me just read you our revised stipulations into the record. Deletion to NRC. Limit uses permitted in NRC to parking for vehicles for this tenant, tailgate 24/7. The building on site is to be limited to use by tailgate 24/7 as an ancillary use for their RV rental and event business. No additional automotive uses. Use of property for sale of vehicles is prohibited. There's not adequate square footage to do that anyway on the site. Number 5, any other use to come back before the Board of Commissioners as an other business item. Number 6, parking of RVs to be behind existing fence, which was one of the staff recommendations. 1 recreational vehicle may be kept in front of the fence for demonstration, pickup, and drop-off, and shall be kept behind the existing fence between their closing hours of 8 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. No outside storage. Hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Access to property by RV shall be from Canton Highway and limited to right-in, right-out. Installation of ground-based monument sign per the zoning stipulations and staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any other speakers?
There are no more virtual speakers.
Okay. If we're not seeing or hearing any, we'll close the public comment portion and turn this over to Judy.
This is not an unusual case, but we had met with the, not the applicant, but the Mike, who runs the business, unusual business. It is a well-kept, maintained business. He has, before the virus, you could pull these, they have tailgate parties. You'd pull the vehicle to a football game or whatever, and they set it up for you, and then everything is performed on site, not there. They don't do any cooking, anything. So it's a well-planned facility he has. He does rent out RVs. He has different sizes of RVs too. The particular RV that we're talking about, it is, Mike, just shake your head. Is it an 18-foot? How long is that RV?
About 20 feet.
20 feet. So there's a big RV that they rent, and I found this interesting. You can actually rent one of these. They will drive it up to a campground site, set it up for you, and then come back and get it for people who are afraid to drive an RV. I thought that was unusual. And probably a need out there for people like me. So he has a really good operation. We talked to John Peterson with zoning and with the district commissioner. So we all met. We think it's a good use for the district. We think he would be a good neighbor to have out there. The only sticking point, Carol, the letter, I agree with the stipulations that Carol read off. Carol and I have talked, and I think we're in agreement with perhaps everything. The only sticking point, I believe, was the number of vehicle or RVs that you wanted out there, and they wanted two. Carol and I had talked, and I recommended having one of the big RVs out front during the operating hours, and that it would be allowed for demonstration purposes and cleaning up when it was brought back in, and at nighttime back behind the fence. So those are my comments. I think it's a good use. I think he would be a good neighbor to have out there. And I think that the stipulations that Carol read are the appropriate thing to allow him to do it for NRC.
Other comments? Okay, go ahead.
Planning Commissioner Williams had a lot of good things to say about this applicant and just did a very nice infomercial for his business. And I'll just bet that poor gentleman from Venture Homes, if he's still listening in, is just wondering what happened with respect to his housing product. But
it wasn't nice as this.
Okay. Go ahead, Tony.
The only question I had, I heard in the stipulations that Carol read that the rezoning would be for this applicant only.
That is true, because the reason we did it for this applicant only, or this use only, was because we didn't want it to change, because we're putting it in a classification NRC that's specific to other kind of uses. This use might be a little bit heavier than what we normally would see in the NRC, so we want to restrict it to
I
that.
think it's a special exception use as well, and often when we get those special
Yes.
exception uses, we do.
We do it for that use only.
Right.
That would be the reason.
So, any comments, Alice?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just say, I noticed the banner sign hanging up, which typically isn't allowed, so
Right.
if you want to.
And he's agreed to put, they're putting a monument style
Okay, good.
sign up,
Just-
so
just
they
so
have
you
good
understand.
advertisement, so.
The banner style's not allowed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so my recommendation would be to approve this to the NRC classification. And that would be subject to the stipulation read by Carol Brown with the Canton Road neighbors. And that would be, I have it on my phone here, and I can give it to you to send to yourself. So those stipulations, and I read, the stipulations were read, I think all of them. So that would be my motion to put it to the NRC with the, let me see if I can read it, with the 10 stipulations as outlined by Ms. Brown in her presentation.
And I assume you want staff comments and recommendations,
All
too.
staff comments and recommendations when not in conflict.
and then
I'll second.
just to be clear, to make sure I understand the motion right, you're going to allow one RV to be parked out front of the fence, whereas
The applicant originally wanted two.
Okay,
We'll allow
but
one,
the
because they're
staff-
20-foot long.
All right, so you're not going with staff comments per se, staff, just to make sure that's covered.
Yeah, I said when they're not in conflict.
Yeah, so Carol had that specific, the one RV out front was one of her.
Right.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. With that, do we have any further discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor, raise your hands. And Alice, what's your vote?
Approve.
Okay, so it goes 5-0 for approval.
You approve.
Okay, I think with that, that completes our zoning agenda, right? And we have a little bit of cleanup with minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion for those?
Make a motion that we approve special call meeting for September the 9th and special call meeting for September the 28th as presented.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I guess we'll give it to Alice. It was close.
That's cool, that's cool.
It was close. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Alice?
Approve.
Okay, so that's 5-0. Is there any further business? Not hearing any, we'll adjourn the meeting.